Good afternoon, folks. We're going to start the meeting. I'm going to give it over to the Secretariat for some housekeeping.
Good afternoon. As we're a little short of time, as you know, we have to start on the dot as much as we can. Given that the committee will meet this afternoon from 5:15 to 7, the two side events that were supposed to take place this afternoon have been moved to Friday lunchtime, just so that you are aware that they are not canceled or they won't take place in parallel. They have been moved to Friday lunchtime, the two side events that were supposed to take place this afternoon. Also, the summary record number 4, the executed summary number 4 from yesterday afternoon is available online in the 3 languages. Thank you.
So we'll resume the meeting with the discussions on 33.10, Article 13 in the Lao, application of Article 13 in Lao PDR. We heard the introduction from the document from the Secretariat and as well as remarks from Lao, and I now open the floor to the Standing Committee members for comments. I give the floor to Belgium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We want to thank the Secretariat for the summary of the reports, and we take note of the progress made by Lao PDR on the awareness raising. We commend Lao PDR for completing their NDF for Dalbergia SPP and take note of the fact that Lao PDR is not envisaging export anytime soon. Due to the limited progress of all recommendations since the beginning of this process, we agree with the suspension of trade in all specimens of all species for commercial trade with Lao PDR. But therefore, paragraph 38 needs to be modified accordingly. And so we suggest that we add the words with Lao PDR after suspend trade, and we delete the words import and export in brackets for uniformity reasons. So that would mean that it reads, parties suspend trade with Lao PDR in specimens of all CITES listed species for commercial purposes until, and then further the sentence. We also agree with the revision of the recommendations A to P, and we appreciate the oral update of the Secretariat on the investigation of the legal acquisition of the founder stock for captive breeding facilities for the Macaca fascicularis in Lao PDR. However, we would suggest for the Standing Committee to note that the Standing Committee notes that the Secretariat is investigating the legal acquisition of the founder stock for captive breeding facilities for the Macaca fascicularis in Lao PDR mentioned in Animals Committee 32, Summary 4, Ref 1 on page 6, and requests the Secretariat to report its findings to the Animal Committee 33 for their evaluation and to Standing Committee 78. That would give some clarity on the procedure to follow. We hope that Lao PDR makes use of the help through the Compliance Assistance Program, and we see substantial progress at Standing Committee 78 with a progress report. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I give the floor to Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to welcome the various progress that has been achieved and strong commitment from the people and the government of Lao PDR in addressing these compliance issues. Particularly, we highly appreciate Lao PDR for the progress in monitoring animal trade, which is reflected in numerous actions to address these compliance issues. These concrete and significant actions are including the implementation of zero export quota for source codes W, A, and Y for Dalbergia specimens in 2022 and 2023, and also zero export quota for live Asian elephants. We understand that many supporting policies are still on the pipeline to address another pending issues. We hope these positive intentions and good faith can be reflected in concrete regulations as soon as possible. We also hope that the constructive cooperation between the CITES Management Authority and Scientific Authority of the Government of Lao PDR can continue to progress in addressing other critical issues in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I give the floor to Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Kenya would like to appreciate the work of the Secretariat in drawing up this document with its detailed recommendations. Madam Chair, this issue has been on the agenda of the Standing Committee for many meetings, and we have seen little progress. We therefore wish to support the Secretariat's recommendation in paragraphs 38, 39, and 40. And as African elephant range states, we like to express our particular concern about the export of live elephants with source code C to neighboring countries, and support for the recommendations in paragraph 38, O and P. Paragraph 38, O and P. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. I now open the floor to observer parties. I give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the United States. The United States applauds Lao PDR for completing its work on the distribution of the 2 Dalbergia species and preparing a non-detriment finding with the support of FAO and the Secretariat. We also applaud Lao PDR for requesting the Secretariat to publish a zero export quota for certain source codes of Dalbergia. Consistent with these findings, we agree with requesting that Lao PDR not issue export permits for Dalbergia species until it develops an NDF demonstrating that it would not be detrimental to the survival of the species to resume trade and submits a corresponding export quota. With this understanding, we support withdrawing the recommendation to suspend commercial trade in specimens of Dalbergia species specifically. The United States also appreciates forward movement on legislation, and we understand there has been some concern about significant gaps identified by the Secretariat, and we look forward to seeing the newly revised and translated wild animal law. Despite some progress, the United States supports the recommendation that the Standing Committee recommend parties suspend trade in specimens of all CITES listed specimens for commercial purposes until Lao PDR substantially implements the recommendations outlined in this document. We also agree with the edits from Belgium in the paragraph about adding with Lao PDR and removing import and export. We likewise align with the suggestion of Belgium to suggest that the Standing Committee note that the Secretariat is investigating the legal acquisition of the founder stock for captive breeding facilities for long-tailed macaques. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, United States. I give the floor to Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Thailand would like to express our gratitude to the Secretary for preparing this document. Thailand, as a neighboring country of the Laos PDR, and the 2 countries have collaborated closely in several circumstances. For example, we joined the ASEAN Group on the CITES and Wildlife Enforcement meeting held annually to update CITES work among ASEAN member states, and having the bilateral meeting of sharing the intelligence and the best practice regarding the CITES issue, like the one we just have arranged early this year in February. In the light of the progress report from Lao PDR, it is evident that the Laos had made significant progress in fulfilling CITES commitments. Therefore, Thailand would like to request the Standing Committee to delete the recommendation to suspend trade in specimens of all CITES listed species for commercial purpose at this 77 meeting, and extend the time for the Lao PDR to resolve these remaining commitments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. I give the floor to China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China notes SC 77 3310 prepared by the Secretariat and appreciate the efforts made by laws introduced in this document. China further noticed the progress made and reported in law's oral updates via intervention to fulfill its duty for implementing CITES. And especially, we note that those important updates on all the 7 aspects were not all included in this document due to time constraint. China supports the Standing Committee considering to request the Secretariat to further engage with Laos to communicate the remaining compliance issues with technical assistance. China would encourage the Standing Committee and the Secretariat to focus attention towards encouraging compliance through voluntary measures proposed by the parties, and not by punitive measures imposed by CITES. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, China. I now open the floor to observer organizations. I give the floor to Guinea.
Merci.
Thank you. And given it is the first time that Guinea is speaking at this meeting, we would like to congratulate Madam Chair on having assumed the leadership of the work of this meeting, and thank the Secretariat for the perfect organization and Switzerland for their welcome. This document 3310 from the Secretariat is a major progress in its application, to the extent that just 3 weeks ago, 150 elephant specimens were discovered in a forest reserve in Guinea. And these 150 individuals have migrated across the Outambara-Kilime forest from Sierra Leone and the forest reserve in Guinea. So it's important that this document be adopted, and it is clear that it will strengthen capacity in member states to work on protecting elephants. Thank you.
Thank you, Guinea. I give the floor to Born Free Foundation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this is the first time we've taken the floor, we'd like to congratulate you on your appointment as chair, to wish Dr. Rosemary Nam a speedy recovery, and to thank the Government of Switzerland for hosting the meeting and the Secretariat for its organisation. I'm making this intervention on behalf of a number of observer organisations, the names of which have been provided to the Secretariat for the record. We thank the Secretariat for preparing document 33.10 on the application of Article 13 in Lao PDR and support the recommended actions in the document. As indicated by the delegate from Belgium, the summary record from the 32nd meeting of the Animals Committee notes that in relation to the review of trade in animal specimens reported as produced in captivity, the committee requested that in its ongoing compliance discussions with the Lao PDR, the Secretariat investigate the issue of legal acquisition of founder stock for captive breeding facilities for long-tailed macaques, Macaca fascicularis. While we were pleased to hear this morning that the Secretariat is intending to follow up with Lao PDR on this issue, and the interventions from Belgium supported by the United States in relation to this issue, we urge the Standing Committee to incorporate a specific recommendation directing Lao PDR to report on the number of long-tailed macaques in captive breeding facilities and to provide legal acquisition findings for founder stock. Madam Chair, the IUCN Red List status of long-tailed macaques in the wild was elevated from vulnerable to endangered in 2022, and unsustainable offtake of wild individuals to provide breeding stock for captive breeding facilities or to be laundered into commercial trade is an ongoing threat. Recent surveys found the species population within Lao PDR has declined precipitously in the last 10 years, with only 600 individuals estimated to remain. In 2023, Lao PDR substantially increased its annual export quota for captive-bred long-tailed macaques, any offtake of wild macaques for breeding stock or commercial trade could pose a serious risk to the remaining population. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to EIA UK, and I'm going to close the floor for comments.
Thank you, Chair. Since EIA is taking the floor for the first time, we take this opportunity to congratulate you on taking over chairing of the Standing Committee, and we also wish Dr. Rosemary Nam a speedy recovery. I'm speaking on behalf of 4PAWS, Born Free Foundation, David Shepherd Wildlife Foundation, ADM Capital Foundation, Animal Welfare Institute, I4, Panthera, ZSL, and SSN. We support the interventions by Belgium, Kenya, and the USA. We believe that the recommendation to suspend trade, though regrettable, is justified in this instance due to fundamental issues with Lao PDR's legislation and consistent failure to tackle illegal trade, which has been highlighted by the Secretariat in the document. Despite a commitment to end tiger farming made in 2016, very little action has been taken towards this goal. In terms of the recommendations regarding conservation breeding of Panthera tigris corbeti in paragraph 38H and 38i of the document, we would like to highlight that the captive tiger facilities in Lao PDR have been consistently linked to illegal trade of tigers and are not suitable entities to carry out conservation breeding. We recommend that the Standing Committee adopt these recommendations with a condition that any conservation breeding of identified pure specimens of Panthera tigris corbeti will take place only as part of an established, science-based population management program, such as those following IUCN guidelines on the use of ex situ management for species conservation. Noting, of course, the remarks of the nomenclature specialist of the Animals Committee in respect of the subspecies made earlier. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, EIA. I give the floor to WCS.
Thank you, Chair, and I promise to be very brief. This intervention is on behalf of WCS and WWF. We join others in thanking the Secretariat for the document, all their work on the issue, and appreciate many of the interventions. We work closely in country with the government of Lao PDR on efforts to counter wildlife trafficking. We acknowledge the progress made by Lao PDR towards fulfilling its CITES obligations. We also acknowledge that more work needs to be done, as noted by the delegation itself in their intervention and others. We stand ready to work closely with the government of Lao PDR to fully implement the recommendations adopted by the Standing Committee today and to resolve any remaining issues with implementation of CITES. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, WCS. I give the floor to Liberia.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the work of the Secretariat in drawing up this document with its detailed recommendations. These issues have been on the agenda for the Standing Committee for many meetings, and we have seen little progress. We support the Secretariat recommendations in paragraph 38.39 and 40, and as African Elephant Range State, we would like to express our particular concern about the export of live elephant with source code C to neighboring countries, and support for the recommendation in paragraph 38, O and B. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Liberia. I just want to let the committee know there was a recommendation that was provided during the last item on big cats in captivity. That request that encourages Lao PDR to conduct an inspection of facilities that the Secretariat could not visit during its mission and provide a report on its findings to the Secretariat. that was introduced during the last document. And since we're taking up all of the species, the country-specific recommendations on big cats in captivity for Lao PDR in this document, I wanted to get the committee's thought about adding that recommendation. If I do not see support for adding that recommendation, I will leave the text as it is and not include it. I can read it one more time. It would be a new subparagraph, probably under. Yeah, here. A new paragraph after N on page 8. That would be a new recommendation X. Encourage Lao PDR to conduct an inspection of the facility that the Secretariat could not visit during its mission and provide a report on its findings to the Secretariat. I see some head shakes, some support for it. It's a similar recommendation that was provided in the the cats in captivity. Okay, so we will include that one.
There were some edits.
Okay, thank you guys. We're gonna start with recommendations in paragraph 38 with the edit from Belgium. The Standing Committee is invited to recommend that parties suspend trade with Lao PDR in specimens of all CITES listed species for commercial purposes until Lao PDR has substantially achieved the following recommendations. I heard some support for that edit on the floor. Great, we're going to agree to that edit. And then as the recommendation as revised by the Secretariat to replace all of the shalls in the documents with should. And so under regarding national legislations for implementation of CITES, Lao PDR should, and the rest of the recommendation continues as outlined in the document. Under regarding CITES authorities, recommendation C, Lao PDR should, and the rest of the paragraph remains the same. Under regarding law enforcement, Lao PDR should, and then the rest of the recommendations D, E, F remain the same. And then regarding trade in live Asian elephants, under regarding monitoring of wildlife farms and related trade, based on reporting from Lao PDR and the findings and observations contained in document 77, doc 41.2 on Asian big cats in captivity. Lao PDR should, and the rest of the recommendations remain the same. And we will note the similar comment made in the prior document regarding the nomenclature of Panthera tigris corbieti. And then regarding trade in live Asian elephants, Lao PDR should. We have the new recommendation that folks were supportive of regarding Lao PDR visiting the facility and reporting back to the Secretariat. And then another recommendation that I heard support from Belgium and the United States regarding the Standing Committee notes the Secretariat is investigating the legal acquisition of founder stock of Macaca fascicularis and requires the Secretariat to report to the Animals Committee and Standing Committee. The only other decision that we have to make, it seems like everyone is supportive of those, the edits in the document that I just read out. We had a comment from the United States to re-include the last sentence in recommendation in paragraph 39. The Secretariat is also invites the Standing Committee to request Lao PDR to not issue export permits for Dalbergia species until it develops an NDF indicating that it would be sustainable to resume trade and submits a corresponding export quota. However, I did hear another comment from a Standing Committee member that they would like that taken out. So to the Standing Committee members, the text will remain in unless I see support for the edit proposed by the North American region. No, it will, yeah. The text will remain in unless I see support. Okay, there is support for that text to remain in. Okay, great. So that text will remain in. With that, we conclude this agenda item and we move to the next one, which is agenda item number 43, jaguars. And I give the floor to Brazil to introduce the document. Oh, to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first, the Secretariat will introduce the document, and then we'll invite Brazil to make an intervention as chair of the working group on jaguars. I will do that in Spanish.
This document has been prepared by the Secretariat. It's document 43. And the results and it transmits the results and recommendations of the jaguar range states of the jaguar that took place between 18th and 22nd of September 2023. Seeing that we are a bit behind on the agenda, I will try and be brief when summarizing this document. Having presented reports to you for more than 25 years, I have to say that this is the most beautiful report I've ever prepared. And I hope you will understand why. The Secretariat would like to thank Brazil, the country with the largest number of jaguars, and we would also like to we talk about this jaguar in Portuguese, onça pintada. We would also like to thank Switzerland and the UK and for their financial support so that we could hold that meeting. 16 range states met with bringing their different cultures and perspectives to that meeting. There was also a representative of the United States of America at the meeting. We would like to thank our partners, the Secretariat of the CMS, the Secretariat of the Amazon Cooperation ACTO, the UNCD and the UNDP, the FAO, among others, and particularly to the Coordination Committee for the 2030 Roadmap for the Conservation of Jaguars in the Americas, and the NGOs, Panthera, WUF, Defenders of Wildlife, Human Societies International, and local NGOs for work on the ground, as well as representatives of academia and independent experts. Paragraph 11 of this document shows 7 areas of work that can be considered in a continental action plan, as well as relevant players potentially willing to provide support to jaguar range states for the implementation of the most relevant activities. The Secretariat believes that this meeting could be an inspiration for future dialogue meetings of a specific specimen of a species. The recommendations invite the Standing Committee to first take note of the main results and conclusions of the meeting of jaguar range states, as it mentions in the document. Secondly, to ask the Secretariat to prepare terms of reference for the creation of a modular system for monitoring illegal killing of jaguars, illegal trade in their parts and derivatives, and other aspects related to conservation. Third, request the CITES Secretariat to prepare terms of reference for the creation of an intergovernmental platform as specified in paragraph 21 of this present document. Fourth, in line with activity B10 of the interpreters do not have any sound. There seems to be an issue with the speaker's microphone.
De las dos convenciones colaboran para... los jaguares, los espíritus del jaguar que nos...
It's the spirit of the jaguar who has turned off our mics. It appears to be working. I'm not sure why that happened when I was talking about the cooperation between CMS and CITES, but it is a joint work program, 2021-2025, on the next meeting for Fauna and the Animals Committee. It also recommends that both secretariats organize a second meeting of jaguar range states and create within the working group of the Standing Committee on Jaguars a working subgroup on financial opportunities for the jaguar. And I'll stop there because I don't think this microphone works. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. I will give the floor to Brazil as the chair of the working group.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Brazil was honored to chair the working group, intersectional governmental working group on jaguars under document decision 19/113. We reaffirm the interest and availability of our country in holding the first meeting of jaguar range states in line with paragraph C of 19.113. In January 2023, as you know, the new Brazilian government came into power, and we continue to work on sustainable development in all its aspects, and of course our commitment to establish policies to protect critically endangered flora and fauna. We were dedicated to organizing the meetings of the jaguar range states in the city of Cuiabá. Between the 18th and 22nd of September 2023, we held the meeting of jaguar range states. It was very intense, and we saw brilliant examples of jaguars in a field visit there. The Onca pintada, and we also saw those in the region of Pantanal in Brazil. I would like to thank the Secretariat for supporting those field visits. I'm going to go beyond protocol a little bit by thanking Juan Carlos personally. Juan Carlos, thank you very much. The ACTCO, we would also like to thank for helping us at that time. The CMS and the UN Office for Protection on Drugs and Crime also helped us, as well as many other international organizations, NGOs, experts and representatives of local governments and academia also contributed to our debates. We would also like to thank Switzerland and the UK for funding those events. We would also like to thank the representatives of 16 jaguar range states who came to our country. Thank you all very much. Chair. To save time, I won't go through the results of the meeting in detail, which are in the document 43. I will just speak about meetings that were held on the following themes: collaboration and alignment on the different international instruments for conservation of species, long-term monitoring to fight illicit trade, intergovernmental cooperation to fight poaching and illicit killing of jaguars, criteria for selecting priority countries for the implementation of conservation mechanisms, sustainable funding mechanisms. It's important to note that amongst the different things that we adopted was the intercontinental plan for jaguars, and also what we can see in paragraph B of 19.113 to make recommendations to range states and transit and destination countries as appropriate. The meeting was extremely successful, and the next step will be to formally begin debates within the working group, but also to consider the results of the Cuiabá meeting to create a draft resolution on jaguars in line with paragraph A on 19.113. We also noted the understanding of the states of the working group, particularly from those also that didn't come to the Cuiabá meeting in person. We had a transparent, objective discussion to fulfill our mandate. we suggest that the Standing Committee adopt the recommendations contained in document 43. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. I will open the floor to Standing Committee members and give the floor to Honduras.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Central America, we are delighted that this type of recommendation is being initiated for the whole range, for all the range states for jaguars. We are pleased that we were invited to Brazil and get to know the Pantanal region, and we started working with the Canaderas region at the same time because there is the same issue of hunting. We agree with the recommendations of this working group to find funding opportunities for jaguars because we believe it is important to carry out demand reduction mechanisms and to overcome negative interactions between humans and jaguars. In Honduras, for example, and other countries in Central America, there are police and military operations and along river and boundary countries.
I open the floor to observer parties and give the floor to Peru.
Buenas tardes. Gracias.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. We would also like to thank you for preparing this document and thank Brazil for holding the meeting and chairing the working group. We suggest adopting the recommendations, and we will participate actively in this working subgroup on funding opportunities. We would like to highlight that in Peru, the National Action Plan for Peru Jaguar Conservation has been implemented, and we would like to involve other countries in the region. We are also elaborating a national plan for overcoming conflict, working with local populations and to ensure the cohabitation with wildlife. We want to reduce poaching and killing of jaguars due to conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. I give the floor to Poland.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Secretariat and Brazil for the document and the report. The EU is involved in 3 of the 4 identified routes of international illegal trade of jaguars from range countries to the EU, from the USA to the EU, and vice versa, and from range countries to China via the EU. And illegal trade has been detected among EU member states as well, according to the report on the illegal trade in jaguars as presented in document 75 of 74th meeting of the Standing Committee. We acknowledge the efforts made by parties and the Secretariat in the implementation of decisions 19.110 to 19.114 on jaguar conservation and welcome the fruitful results of the first meeting of jaguar range states last September. The EU welcomes the suggestion by a number of range states to work towards establishing a joint CITES TMS Jaguar initiative and thus supports including this option for consideration of Standing Committee 78 as indicated in paragraph 21 as a fully fledged option rather than as a complementary one. A joint CITES CMS Jaguar initiative would provide an important basis, similar to the joint CITES CMS African Carnivore initiative, for addressing the conservation of species in a cooperative manner, to address all problems of the jaguar in a coherent policy approach. We take note of the document and support the recommendations made by the Secretariat while proposing the following suggestion to recommendation C. We would like to make an addition to first sentence and at the end of this to refer to the option of CITES CMS Jaguar initiative. So the sentence would read, request the CITES Secretariat to prepare terms of reference for the creation of an intergovernmental platform as specified in paragraph 21 of the present document, and here the addition, after comma, including the option of CITES CMS Jaguar initiative. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Poland. I give the floor to Mexico.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mexico would like to thank the Secretariat for organizing the meeting of the Jaguar Range States in Brazil. We would also like to thank Brazil for being an excellent host of this event and for all of the participants for their commitment and for their work. The meeting had a global perspective of conservation, monitoring and experience sharing that helped to define criteria to establish collaboration points and also to regarding the conservation of the species under the CITES. This document reflects the main agreements of the that meeting in Brazil. Thereby, Mexico supports the recommendations of the Secretariat, which, to save time, I won't repeat here today, but we would like it, to focus on creating funding mechanisms so that we can achieve the objectives of this working groups. We believe it is incredibly important to continue following up on these recommendations, which is, of course, the emblematic big cat of Latin America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. I give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate the hard work of the working group and the Secretariat, and also in particular Brazil for organizing and hosting the first meeting of Jaguar Range States. As the Secretariat noted, the United States was able to participate, and we appreciate being able to do that with our one Jaguar in the U.S. With regard to the recommendations in the document, we support noting and appreciating the outcomes from the meeting in Cuiabá earlier this year. On a couple of the recommendations, we do have some questions. We note that, for example, in recommendation B and also in recommendation C, these recommendations call for the preparation of terms of reference that would then be considered at the 78th meeting of the Standing Committee. And we note that the 78th meeting is the last full meeting of the Standing Committee before COP20. And so we're not entirely clear on the process for how those terms of reference, if adopted by the Standing Committee, would then be moved forward, if they would become decisions for the Conference of the Parties, or if there would be additional activities undertaken as a result of decisions from COP78 during the current intersessional period. So just seek some clarification on that, but support the work that's been done to date and look forward to continuing to participate in the work and the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, the United States. I open the floor to observer organizations. Oh, and I give the floor to CMS.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. CMS would like to thank the CITES Secretariat for compiling the discussions and recommendations arising from the Jaguar meeting hosted by the Government of Brazil in September of this year. Contributions from range states during that meeting have shown that jaguars are endangered by multiple threats, in particular deforestation, habitat loss, and human-wildlife conflict. Poaching and illegal international trade are further aggravating the survival of the jaguar and thus urgently need to be addressed. A program of work for jaguar conservation, jointly developed by CITES and CMS parties with the contribution of the Jaguar 2030 Roadmap Committee, will help bring all range states and jaguar experts together to address the multiple threats faced by the jaguar in a comprehensive and inclusive manner. The development of such a program of work also lies at the heart of the proposal to CMS COP14, taking place in February next year, which was submitted by Argentina, Brazil, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Panama, Paraguay, and Peru. In advancing the recommendations from the Brazil meeting, however, it might be useful if the Standing Committee Working Group on Jaguars, led by the Government of Brazil, clarifies some of the concepts which have been put forward. These include the development of the intergovernmental platform versus a digital platform for information sharing, and the development of an intercontinental action plan in light of the agreement to develop a joint program of work. The jaguar is one of the most emblematic species of the Americas and extremely important to people across the continent. Together we have a unique opportunity to conserve the species. We should continue to work together to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CMS, and I will take give the floor to Panthera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This intervention is on behalf of Born Free, Defenders of Wildlife, EIA, Four Paws, HSI, Traffic, and the Jaguar 2030 Coordination Committee members, which include Panthera, UNDP, UNEP, UNODC, WCS, the World Bank, and WWF. We thank Brazil for hosting the recent meeting of Jaguar Range states in Cuiabá and strongly support the recommendations in Document 43, as has been voiced by many parties just now. Jaguars are indeed the emblematic species of the Americas. In addition to their historical and cultural significance, particularly for local communities, indigenous peoples, and nations, jaguars play a fundamental role in maintaining ecosystem health and are indicators of biodiversity. We look forward to working with parties and the CITES and CMS secretariats, CBD, and other relevant organizations to develop an intergovernmental cooperation mechanism and joint program of work in line with Activity B10 of the CITES CMS Joint Work Program. A joint program of work aligned with National Jaguar Action Plans and the Jaguar 2030 Roadmap will help parties deliver on their commitments under CITES and CMS, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and Sustainable Development Goals, among other global commitments. The 17 parties participating in the Range State meeting were clear about their collective commitment to conserving this ecologically important species at home and to foster regional collaboration. The development and implementation of an effective system to monitor illegal killing and trade of jaguars, as well as their conservation status, will be a true collaborative effort and can serve as a model for other regions. We note the importance of sustainable funding for the ambitious agenda that will be embodied in the joint program of work, and we stand ready to support parties in developing these opportunities, as well as continuing to support them in implementing all of these next steps. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Panthera. And so what I'm hearing from the committee is an overwhelming support for the recommendations in the document. And we had one edit from Poland regarding recommendation C to include the joint CITES/CMS Jaguar initiative. And I want to turn the floor over to the Secretariat to answer the question proposed by the United States about how does any terms of reference that's developed under these recommendations, how will they move forward when they're being reported to SC 78? And the next meeting would be, so close to the COP.
Thank you, Chair. And it's an honor to speak from the mic of the Secretary General. Thank you for all the comments. And in response to the question from the United States, as explained by the government of Brazil as chair of the working group, they are also starting their work that will report to the 78 meeting together with the report of the Secretariat. And what we expect is from that meeting, some recommendations will be adopted if the committee agrees and submitted to the COP24 consideration. So the two processes will converge at the next meeting and prepare recommendations that will go to the COP20. Thank you.
And so just back to the committee, we had just the edit, the addition of the language in recommendation C provided by Poland. Is there support for that? So that recommendation C would read, request the CITES Secretariat to prepare terms of reference for the creation of an intergovernmental platform as specified in paragraph 21 of the present document, including the option of a joint CITES/CMS Jaguar initiative. The terms of reference should be presented to the next meeting of the Standing Committee SC 78. I'm seeking support for that addition. So the committee notes the recommendations in paragraph 31, A, B, C, edited with the insertion of the language after the present document to including the option of a joint CITES CMS Jaguar initiative. And the rest of the remainder of the next sentence is the same. Recommendation D, E, F, and G as stated in the document, and we will note all the comments that were made on the floor. With that, we conclude this agenda item and move to agenda item 33.12, Malagasy, Palisanders, Rosewoods, and Ebonies. And I give the floor to Madagascar.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for having given me the floor. As Madagascar is speaking for the first time, allow me to congratulate you on taking on the chairmanship of the Standing Committee, and we wish Ms. Rosemary a very good recovery. Our thanks also go to the Government of Switzerland and the Secretariat of CITES for their welcome and the organisation of the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee. The report on the seizures, arrests and prosecutions undertaken between 2017 and 2022 following recommendations of SC 75 as well as the implementation of Decision 1971 for Madagascar on the management of stocks of ebonies, palisanders and rosewoods are detailed in our document for this meeting. We would like to share the main contextual elements with you which allow us to understand the efforts made. Madagascar applies a zero-tolerance policy on violations and trafficking of wild species and has narrow cooperation with the Ministry of Justice to ensure that those who are found guilty of illegal harvesting of precious woods are suitably punished. And we also have various initiatives supported by partners which aim to combat trafficking of natural resources. Training for financial investigations in the area of environmental crime was organized by Interpol and UNODC, and Madagascar participated in Operation Thunder 23 with Interpol and the WCO. This year we carried out a national self-assessment of the combat against wildlife crime and forest crime following the indicators set out by IQWIC, which has provided us with a standardized reference base. And to conclude, the control and surveillance measures at the borders and protected areas have been strengthened. Based on this, we have seen that an interagency coordination in the area of combating wildlife crime is necessary in the development of national databases of violations against CITES listed species. When it comes to the management of stocks, linked to Decision 1971, Madagascar, in collaboration with the technical and financial partners such as the ITTO, has decided to proceed stage by stage. Currently, we're working on the national usage plan of sea stocks using a wood marking technology and a system of traceability. This pilot project will finish at the end of 2023, and Madagascar will inform the Standing Committee and the Secretariat at the end of the project of the outcomes. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, members of the parties, Madagascar is progressing in solving the subject of precious woods and continues with its commitment to fight against wildlife crime. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I open the floor to committee members for comments. Just noting that this document, the recommendation is to note. I open the floor to observer parties. I give the floor to Panama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As it's the first time that my delegation is speaking, we'd like to congratulate you for leading the committee and thank Switzerland for welcoming us to their beautiful country and the Secretariat for all their work. My statement goes to congratulate and thank Madagascar on their statement for the work on seized wood and its use. We face the same problems, and it can be a latent risk that could become illegal trafficking. Panama has rules which covers artisanal work where the workers have to be registered to carry out their activities, and so potential donations would be restricted to only these artisans, and they would be given a fixed volume of wood so that we can establish mechanisms which allow us to reduce the problems that were mentioned earlier and ensuring that there's traceability of the specimens. And we would also continue to work with the standards set out by CITES and other regulations within our national framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Panama. I'll open the floor to observer organizations. I give the floor to ITTO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ITTO would also like to congratulate Madagascar specifically on the work to monitor and control the stockpiles, which ITTO helped to fund. This has been a fairly long-going endeavor. It was difficult because some of the stockpiles were not easily located. So there was a lot of effort to locate, and as you can see from the table in the document that Madagascar has prepared, the stockpiles that were originally included in the business plan that was considered by CITES some time ago were brought under control, but also significant volumes of wood in stockpiles that were not included in that plan and that were located later. So the project is almost over, as a representative of Madagascar has indicated, and we will look forward to hearing their report on this work and other aspects of their work to bring there for us under sustainable management at future meetings of CITES. Thank you.
Thank you, ITTO. And I'm going to close the list for speakers and comments and give the floor to the European Union.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The European Union and its member states would like to thank Madagascar for the timely manner in which it has presented its report and the information provided. We congratulate Madagascar on the enormous progress in terms of scientific matters and laboratories for floral anatomy and the work of the science faculty and the work on science of timber and agronomy. In terms of anatomy, spectrography, and molecular anatomy, we see excellent progress on the new NIAS technology and the publications. We were able to see this at the recent meeting of the Plants Committee in June 2023. We welcomed the results of the training that was organized by IQWIC and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. which was held in February 2023. Nevertheless, we continue to believe that there have not been sufficient procedures for evaluation and traceability set up, because we see that the control and inventory of stored stockpiles are only carried out in 2 areas. And to cite the document, the control and inventory of seized wood stockpiles are in Menada and Boine. So to conclude, we would suggest the creation of an intersessional working group to look at the stockpiles of wood, timber.
I give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to join others in applauding Madagascar for the hard work that it has undertaken in addressing illegal logging and associated trade and the various scientific aspects around species identification and in the development of science-based management of the species. And it's clear that this work has been ongoing for many, many years and that Madagascar has made tremendous progress. We would also like to align ourselves with the comments of the previous speakers, in particular some of the cautions that we heard from the delegation from Panama, as well as the European Union, and seek to work as a body to ensure that any limited trade in stockpiled wood does not present opportunities for laundering of illegally harvested wood, either previously harvested or newly harvested wood, into international trade. With that in mind, we would also welcome the creation of an intersessional body, whether that be a working group or a reestablishment of the advisory group that previously existed, to assist Madagascar in navigating these issues and sort of developing a roadmap for an off-ramp from these various compliance processes that we have been discussing in this body for many, many years now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, the United States, and I give the floor to WWF.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for that contretemps. We are reading this intervention on behalf of WWF, the Centre for International Environmental Law, and the Environmental Investigation Agency. We thank Madagascar for their report on this matter. As usual, the report indicates that although progress continues to be made, considerable progress with the technical aspects of implementing the Appendix 2 listings, especially the scientific aspects, there are issues outstanding around the management of the stockpiles and the will of the authorities to prosecute high-level actors involved in illegal trade. Noting that Madagascar has not yet put in place measures to regulate domestic trade, and that timber of unverified origin has been leaking into domestic trade for some years, according to reports, including by Transparency International, we support interventions by previous speakers to the effect that the Standing Committee should establish an intersessional working group or similar body to set out the essential legislative, regulatory and enforcement measures needed to fortify and control Madagascar's proposed domestic markets without fostering illegal domestic or international trade. These measures should include auditing, marking and securing the stockpiles, development of a transparent, robust control and tracking system for the logs released for domestic use, creation of a documentation and marking system to ensure proof of legal acquisition of all logs used in construction or for handicrafts, and establishing a mechanism to guarantee that every log provided to an artisan is fully utilized for crafting handicrafts. Independent oversight of implementation of these measures is also essential. We thank you for your attention.
Thank you, WWF. So what I'm hearing from the group, from the committee, is a strong support for noting the document, congratulations and encouragement to Madagascar for the progress they have made. And there has been some concern about the domestic market and using stockpiled timber in the domestic market that could cause allow an avenue for laundering of the illegal trade and providing guidance around some sort of safeguards for the domestic use of stockpiles. And so give me a second and I will come back with a possible recommendation for you guys to consider. I'd like to ask Madagascar what their thoughts are on the comments from the committee about guidance or safeguards around the domestic use of stockpiled wood and the possibility that it could be used for laundering of illegal timber. And if they feel the guidance is necessary or they're looking for support from the parties in the committee to tackle this issue.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We take note of the comments and suggestions that were made by parties, the European Union, the United States, and NGOs, and we'd like to share with the Standing Committee and the parties here present that Madagascar has decided to only use seized stocks at the state level. These are stocks that are within ministries and government agencies, which we're going to use on a national level. So if we consider risks of laundering, we have already put into place a governmental consortium to manage that, but it doesn't prevent, if there are doubts or concerns in the interests of transparency and good governance, we could maybe revive the consultative group that we had before, which helped Madagascar up until now. So we are in favor of reviving the consultative advisory group that we had before to support Madagascar in the use on a national level, if only to provide us with advice and comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so the new recommendation would be, and at the behest of Madagascar, that the Standing Committee recommends that Madagascar reconvene the Consultative Advisory Group that was decided upon after COP18 to support Madagascar in the use of stockpiled woods domestically. United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we appreciate Madagascar's willingness to allow or to seek the reestablishment of this consultative group to help advise on these issues. Our suggestion would be that perhaps Madagascar could work with the Secretariat to sort of develop terms of reference or sort of items that could be considered in this consultative group so that it's supportive and meaningful and not simply an additional burden on Madagascar, that the intent is clearly to help support Madagascar, and so we would want to seek for that to be meaningful, and that's our suggestion for approaching that. Thank you.
Okay, so amended recommendation would be recommends that Madagascar, in consultation with the Secretariat, develops the terms of reference and reconvenes the consultative advisory group that was put together after COP18 to support Madagascar in the domestic use of stockpiled woods and other things as appropriate. Support for that new amendment? Okay, so the committee notes the document, notes the comments that were made on the floor, and agrees to the additional recommendation that I just read. With that, we have concluded this agenda item, and we will move to item 63.1, report on resolution 1010 Rev COP 19. I give the floor to the Secretariat.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Document 63.1, Rev 2, was prepared by the Secretariat and covers issues relating to elephant conservation, trade in elephant specimens, the illegal killing of elephants, and the illegal trade in elephant specimens as directed in paragraph 12 of Resolution Conf 1010 Rev COP 19 and decisions agreed at COP 19 in relation to ivory seizures and domestic markets. This document is divided into 5 distinct parts. The first part of the document, from paragraph 6 to 46, summarizes the report contained in Annex 2 on the levels of illegal killing of elephants, illegal and legal trade in elephant specimens, the status of elephant populations, and the implementation of the African Elephant Action Plan. The organizations that contributed to this overview are the IUCN African Elephant Specialist Group, the IUCN Asian Elephant Specialist Group, the MIC program of the CITES Secretariat, UNEP WCMC, the African Elephant Fund Steering Committee, and Traffic. They are all present in this room and ready to respond to any questions. To sum up, the illegal killing continues to pose a threat to African elephant populations. However, it is important to highlight that the continental trend in the proportion of illegally killed elephants, pike, has been declining over the last 5 years, and 2022 was estimated to be the lowest since 2003. In Central Africa, the pike level remains higher than the continental average, although it has shown some decline. In southern Africa, pike levels are declining compared to those recorded in recent years. In West Africa, the pike level remains difficult to estimate due to the small sample size. The pike level in Asia appears to be stable over the last 5 years. The Secretariat would like to draw the attention of the Standing Committee to the high number of carcasses reported in Africa in 2022. This is the highest number since 2012. This is mainly due to extreme drought conditions in some mike sites. Furthermore, 18% of carcasses reported in Africa and 7% of carcasses reported in Asia were linked to human-elephant conflict. Since pike is an index of poaching, the way in which member states report human-elephant conflict-related deaths as whether they are legal or illegal, and that requires further examination. The CITES report shows that there were fewer seizures and lower overall reported weight seized in 2022 compared to 2021. And while large seizures have decreased significantly compared to pre-COVID levels, the prevalence of seizures of several tons may indicate that organized criminal activity in illegal ivory trade is still occurring. The analysis of trade records for elephant specimens provided by UNEP WCMC reported legal direct trade in L'Occident Africana by range states over the period 2018 to 2021, principally comprised 825 wild-source sport hunted trophies and 9,982 wild-source skin pieces. Trade in wild-sourced ivory carvings was also recorded. 4 exporting countries exceeded their export quotas of trophy hunting over the period 2018 to 2021. The IUCN African Elephant Specialist Group reports that African Forest Elephant Status Report and the African Savanna Elephant Status Report will be made available during 2023. The latest data indicates that approximately 22 forest elephant and at least 4 savanna elephant populations appear to have been lost since 2016. Progress is also reported on the implementation and revision of the African Elephant Action Plan and the management of the African Elephant Fund. The revised Elephant Action Plan 2023 to 2027, approved by the African Elephant Range States, is available as an information document SC77 Inf 3. A significant change includes the reprioritization of the objectives with reducing human-elephant conflict as a first priority. The second part of document, from paragraphs 47 to 55, deals with the implementation of priority recommendations on the review of the ETIS program. Changes have been made to ETIS Online to accommodate the validation and confirmation process for ETIS data and provides a data flow for submission of data from management authorities and other non-management authority sources. With regard to resource mobilization for ETIS, it was noted that funds secured are not sufficient to maintain the minimum required operation of the program in coming years. The Secretariat greatly appreciates the additional support recently provided by the Netherlands and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for the implementation of these recommendations in accordance with decisions 19.94. Concerning the review of the appropriateness of ETIS data, it is proposed that parties with large proportions of non-management authority data informing their ETIS analyses could increase their engagement by regularly submitting their seizure data to validate existing and future non-MA data with the validation and confirmation process in place. To address the recommendation on covariate exploration, a new approach was presented for the ETIS report covariate as part of the bias adjustment on reporting rates in the ETIS trend models. With regard to the recommendation to examine the relationship between ivory stockpiles and ivory illegal ivory trade, the Secretariat is working on consolidating ivory stockpile data into a database to assess feasibility of the implementation. The third part of the document, paragraphs 56 to 59, deals with ivory seizures and domestic ivory markets, specifically on the feasibility of the analysis of ITIS data connected to each party with legal domestic ivory markets for commercial trade. Following consultation with the Mike ITIS Technical Advisory Group, several concerns were raised regarding this request, including the variability noted in the understanding of what constitutes legal domestic ivory markets. The TAG members also requested more clarity on the purpose of this study. The fourth part of the document, paragraph 60 to 63, concerns closure of domestic ivory markets. Notification to parties number 2023/077 was issued on the 10th of July 2023, requesting parties to report on the status of their closure of domestic markets. Submission was made by 7 parties: the European Union, Japan, South Africa, Thailand, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the United States of America, and Zimbabwe. The fifth part of this document, paragraph 64 to 65, recalls that the Mike and ETIS subgroup of the Standing Committee was reconstituted at the 76th meeting of the Standing Committee and will meet in the sidelines of this meeting for later reporting to plenary. The provisional agenda is contained in a Information Document SC77 Inf 13, and any additional requests directed to the subgroup by the Standing Committee will be included in the agenda. The Secretariat would like to take this opportunity to thank the European Union, the US Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement, the Global Environment Facility, and the Government of Japan for their generous support for the implementation of MIC and ETIS programs, as well as the maintenance of the African elephant database. To conclude, the Standing Committee is invited to A. Take note of the downward pike trend in Africa and the lower number of seizures reported under ITIS, and to commend the efforts of elephant range states and other parties and partners in supporting actions to maintain this positive trend. B. To encourage elephant range states to continue to use MIC online database for MIC data submission, and parties to use ETIS online to submit seizure information. C. Encourage parties to participate in the ETIS data validation process, including through response to notifications to the parties on this matter. D. Request traffic to include an option in the ETIS forms in Word, Excel, and online for parties to indicate if they do not want their ETIS data to be made available to members of the International Consortium on Combating Wildlife Crime for global research and analysis. E. Provide guidance on the criteria to be used to identify countries with legal domestic ivory markets and the research questions to be addressed with ETIS data to further inform the consideration by the Mike ETIS Technical Advisory Group on the feasibility of such analysis. And F. Welcome the revised African Elephant Action Plan approved by African range states. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. I give the floor to the United Nations Environment Program.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will speak in French to follow on the footsteps of Constant. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of UNEP and the African Elephant Fund, I am delighted to address the Standing Committee of CITES. The revised action plan for elephants presents us with a roadmap to deal with conflicts and management of elephants in Africa. This involves 38 range states, including donors and other international partners. We have a common commitment to protect elephants. The revised process has been highlighted by the Secretariat, so I won't go over it in much detail now. Madam Chair, a plan is efficient if it is supported by resources. So to set up this plan, we need to ensure predictable, sustainable financing for this action plan. In all areas, conservation needs to be supported. The African Elephant Fund plays a key role in conservation on the African continent. By supporting financing, it supports the country range states. It has set up 62 projects throughout the country. The funding has also provided capacity building and the implementation of anti-poaching measures, as well as strengthening research and cross-border collaboration and community conservation efforts. I urge all parties to the Convention and other CITES observers to support us by contributing to the African Elephant Fund. As you all know, adequate funding is the stone of efficient measures and will help us to roll out the measures in an efficient way as well, so that we can fight against the local threats which elephants face. I would like to thank the governments of France, Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, and the EU for their current and past contributions, which have largely helped the range states to maintain their respective populations of elephants. A lot has been done, but we need more funding. With this in mind, we need to explore new funding pathways to ensure sustainable financing. We need alternative financing methods. To conclude, Madam Chair, the African Elephant Fund and the revised African Elephant Action Plan offer us a unique opportunity to continue work together around a common goal to ensure a better future for African elephants and the ecosystems in which they live. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, UNEP. I give the floor to the IUCN African Elephant Specialist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the IUCN, we extend our congratulations to you and on your appointment and convey our best wishes to your colleague, Rosemary. Our gratitude also goes to the CITES Secretariat and the Swiss government for hosting this meeting. Madam Chair, as per the resolutions Conf 1010, we would like to provide further new relevant information on the conservation status of elephants, pertinent conservation actions and management strategies to the Secretariat's report. As provided in our COP19 Inf 64 in Panama, we have worked to update the status of Africa's elephants in 2 separate volumes for the first time. So one is for the forest and the other for the savanna elephants. The Secretariat has already mentioned that we will be getting these reports out, one later this year and another in 2024, but notably, the report on the savanna elephants will incorporate the most recent data from the CAZA, which is the Kavango-Zambezi Transfrontier Conservation Area, which was based on a meticulously coordinated 5-country aerial survey. And CAZA is home to more than 50% of the savanna elephant population. It is encouraging to note that the quality and quantity of systematic surveys overall has improved for both species, increasing the precision and accuracy of elephant number and range estimates at different scales. However, there remain some sites that have not been surveyed for more than 10 years, as highlighted in AC 77, Doc 63.1. So we encourage cooperation between governments, intergovernmental organizations, NGOs, and funding bodies to prioritize elephant population data collection at those sites. Some small populations in West Africa stand out as needing updating. These populations or remnants may look small, but they function as anchors in these landscapes for potential future growth and conservation, and should not be overlooked. Madam Chair, in addition to CASA, we see that there are transboundary populations in all regions and encourage elephant population studies in those areas for numerous conservation and threat mitigation reasons. The specialist group of IUCN, that is the African Elephant Specialist Group, can make itself available to technically support these efforts. In terms of threats, elephants, of course, are impacted by numerous mortality sources. Poaching and habitat degradation and fragmentation remain the primary drivers of decline at multiple scales. Severe unrest in some transboundary areas with sizable forest elephant numbers stand out as problematic in this regard and are of concern. Other threats include human-elephant conflict and the retaliatory killing that sometimes goes hand in hand with this problem. And mortality due to retaliatory killing, disease and drought are becoming significant and need to be tracked and incorporated into conservation, management plans, and policies. UNEP has already spoken about the African Elephant Action Plan, but would like just to reiterate here that that update had also technical assistance and contribution from the African Elephant Specialist Group, and that plan includes priority objectives to reflect the continental consensus that conflict between people and elephants is a priority that needs to be addressed with considerable urgency. There's also recognition to understand and address the impacts of climate change in management planning, amongst other emerging issues, such as recognition of the 2 African elephant species. So in addition, we have provided support in developing and improving national elephant action plans. We request African elephant range states to keep us informed of any new national action plan efforts in progress or planned. Such information is integral to our reporting responsibilities as stipulated in Resolution 1010. We further encourage range states harboring both African elephant species to incorporate both in their action planning. Finally, Madam Chair, we wish to take this opportunity to inform the Standing Committee that the IUCN African Elephant Specialist Group has established a task force dedicated to generating evidence for an improved understanding of the context and conceptualization of sustainable elephant use, spanning from non-consumptive to consumptive use. So in the months ahead, this task force will actively engage with policymakers in range states and other stakeholders to garner their input in this endeavor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, IUCN African Specialist Group, and I give the floor to Traffic for a brief EDIS update.
Thank you, Chair. Traffic appreciates the opportunity to continue improving on the methodologies of EDIS following the EDIS review recommendations. We thank the Mike EDIS TAG in their guidance on the analysis of non-management authority data, and we thank the parties that have participated in the IDIS data validation to ensure a transparent process for data inclusion in the analysis. We kindly remind parties to respond to validation requests from other parties or from IDIS in a timely manner as stated in the IDIS data validation notification. Traffic will continue to improve features on IDIS Online to facilitate accessibility to data and support law enforcement effort. We invite parties to hear more at an IDIS side event marking 25 years of serving the parties tomorrow, Thursday, at 12:15 in Room C. Please join us to hear from fellow parties who will share their experiences, best practices, and challenges in building an IDIS community at CITES. In terms of the work on Decision 1999, to explore the feasibility of an analysis of ivory seizures connected to each party with a legal domestic market for commercial trade in ivory, and the summary of the results presented in paragraph 73 of Annex 2 of SC 77 Doc 63-1, Traffic again reiterates the difficulties in discerning what constitutes a legal domestic ivory market and the large variability of existing regulations, prohibitions, and exemptions. For example, some parties might have provided a response to requests for information relating to domestic markets that could be interpreted as prohibitions or measures to close those markets, but with exemptions. Hence, Traffic supports the recommendations made by the Secretariat and welcomes the Standing Committee's guidance on the criteria to identify parties with legal domestic ivory markets and the research questions to be addressed with IDIS data to further inform the consideration by the Mike IDIS TAG on the feasibility of an analysis referred to Decision 1999. Lastly, Traffic would like to remind the parties that addressing decisions like 1999 requires the ongoing collection of IDIS data that underscores these analyses. We thank the parties that have been funding IDIS operations to date. However, we further stress that Traffic does not have the budget to fully maintain IDIS operations beyond October 2024. Therefore, Traffic urges the parties to consider the high-priority review recommendation directed at the CITES Secretariat and the parties to provide a dedicated budget to meet minimum requirements for the operation of IDIS so we can continue to deliver on the objectives of the program as well as related decisions adopted by the parties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Traffic. And I now open the floor to Standing Committee members for comments on document 63.1. I give the floor to Chad.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The aim of the analysis described in Decision 19.99 is to provide information and technical guidance to the parties and to the Standing Committee as well as the COP, in order to help them make decisions to implement programs under paragraph 5 of Resolution 1010, Rev COP 19, which aims at closing the domestic ivory markets which contribute to poaching and illegal trade of ivory. In Annex 2 of document SC 7763.1 has revealed that some parties have expressed having legal domestic ivory markets and others authorize a certain level of ivory markets with a commercial purpose using an exemption or some type of prohibition. So it is almost impossible to describe objective criteria to identify which parties have legal domestic ivory markets. In response to this, Burkina Faso submitted the document SC 77 Inf 19, which proposed a guiding project under Mike and ETIS and to Traffic as well. Chad supports the recommendation of this Doc 19. To move this discussion forward, we support the suggestion of the Secretariat under 65 Doc 63.1 that the Standing Committee instructs the Mike Ettis tag on country to identify countries that have legal domestic ivory markets, and regarding research, they should use Ettis data. We would also like to suggest that as a starting point, the Mike Ettis group should use the recommendations included in Annex SC77 Inf. Doc 19, and that the subgroup should give a summary to the Standing Committee in their next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chad. I give the floor to Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we wish to thank the Secretariat for compiling this document and also appreciate the contribution of the Mike Ettis subgroup, traffic, IUC and elephants specialist group in giving us the updated status of the African elephants. Madam Chair, we take note that the pike level for us is actually come down in almost all the range areas in Africa, that the proportion of illegally killed elephants are down, and except for West Africa, where that level is contributed to low level of submission of data. And I think it will be very important to address why that is the case in that part of Africa. We do align ourselves to the comments made by Chad and supporting the recommendation made in trying to address the issue of methodology, particularly on issues of reporting and research that is proposed coming from the non-elephant range states. Madam Chair, it has been a while as our range states working on the African Elephant Action Plan. We have adopted this action plan as the 38 range states in Africa. We have prioritized our actions from protection, that was action number 1 in our first version of the plan, to action 1 now being the issue of human-elephant conflict. I think it is significant to take note that human-elephant conflict is now widespread across the elephant range, I believe even in Asia. And to address that, there is need to continue this discussion, because it's not cheap to manage human-elephant conflict. It is very expensive on sustainable financing of elephant actions that have been identified in this action plan. I remember there was a meeting that was convened in UNEP by the Secretariat. We had consultants that discussed with us options available to explore sustainable financing. It will be important because the next priority action in that action plan is the issue of connectivity and winning space for elephants. Then issues of illegal killing and protection is coming number 3 now in the new version of the action plan. In all these actions, there is need for thinking through and requesting the Secretariat to think through and work with the range states and all the partners that are here to see that we have a further discussion on sustainable financing. We can have a good action plan, but with no financing, just engaging governments and see how those actions can be implemented so that we can sustain the low pike levels and also address the two priority actions, winning space and addressing human-wildlife conflict. Madam Chair, in regard to the issue of having the status that we have been given from the African Elephant States Elephant Specialist Group on the current status of elephants, particularly the recent survey that was done in Kaza. We have done surveys also in Kenya. It will be good to support those surveys, those populations that have not been updated for over 10 years. That priority be given to have them surveyed and support be given, again, through that sustainable financing, so that we can be able to have a clear status report by the time we get to COP20, so that when we make decisions on policy and issues of trade, then we have an updated population status of elephants across their range in Asia and also in Africa. Madam Chair, finally, we will want to support the recommendations contained in this document that the committee, and we note the lower pike, that should be sustained. It is an investment to have low illegal killing. And we should not be complacent that is low and we don't do more. I think issues of demand reduction, if there is no appetite for ivory, and we keep on appreciating China for closing that, they are the largest market for ivory. Maybe that could have been the factor. That if there's no appetite for ivory, then we anticipate that we'll have low levels of illegal killing. And if we can sustain closure of these markets, we should be able to divert our resources to address now our priority one, which is human-elephant conflict, and addressing issues of connectivity, and also addressing more space, a balance between human and people in Africa. I submit, Madam Chair, we want to appreciate our consistent donors to the African Elephant Fund, the EU, France, Belgium, France, and the Netherlands, and call on all others to support us, and particularly in developing sustainable financing to implement the strategy that we all have agreed upon. Thank you, and I submit.
Thank you, Kenya. I know this issue is very important to the committee and to a lot of the organizations and observer parties that are here. I will just ask for folks to be concise with their interventions. We are still about a day behind, and if we could sort of focus on the recommendations. I will note all the comments that are being made, but I just want to make sure that we don't fall further behind with this. So thank you very much, and I will open the floor to Belgium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We thank the Secretariat for the report, and we thank as well all the partners involved who contributed to the document. We are optimistic about the continuing downward trend in pike levels as well as seizure data, and congratulate all African elephant range states for keeping up this fight. With regard to CITES, we emphasize the importance of encoding data in a proper, standardized and timely manner, and for parties to work together with traffic in the data validation process. With regards to trade in elephant specimens, we want to highlight again the importance of the annual legal trade reports and the guidelines on how to report, for example, the hunting trophies. With regard to the question raised in recommendation 75E on guidance on the criteria to be used to identify countries with legal domestic ivory markets, we suggest including all parties that have a legal domestic commercial market in ivory in place in this analysis. This would mean that we only exclude those parties that have a full trade ban without any exemptions. While we realize that this would include a large number of countries, to us this seems to be the fairest way forward. We're also pleased to note the update of the African Elephant Action Plan, which was agreed upon by all African elephant range states, and we join UNEP in the call for donors to support the African Elephant Fund in order to implement the action plan. We have no further comments on the recommendations at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belgium. I give the floor to the North American region.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the North America region. We support the recommendations of the document, particularly commending the efforts of elephant range states and other parties and partners that have contributed to the downward pike trend in Africa. However, we would like to note an overall concern associated with Recommendation D, concerning the ability of parties to opt out of sharing their EDIS data with IQIC. While we recognize a party's right to do so, we encourage all parties to share their EDIS data with IQIC. Refusal to share EDIS data can hinder transparency and prevent vital research and analysis for elephant conservation, and we do not think opting out should be encouraged as a normal practice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, North American region. I give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. The UK would like to thank the Secretariat and the other organisations named in SC 77 Doc 63.1 for the work they have undertaken to collate the information and produce the document. As with other parties, we are pleased to note the downward pike trend in Africa and commend the range states for their efforts to maintain the downward trend. We are concerned, however, to note the declines in Asian elephant populations in some countries in Southeast Asia. We agree with the Secretariat's recommendations A to D and F in paragraph 75 of SC 77 document 63.1. Given the need for resources to carry out elephant population surveys in Africa, we would suggest an additional recommendation, as was made by SC 74, to encourage donors and partners to support African elephant range states to conduct and fund surveys of elephant populations, and to encourage parties to provide funding to the African Elephant Fund for the implementation of the revised African Elephant Action Plan. With regard to recommendation E in paragraph 75, relating to legal domestic ivory markets and an analysis of ETIS data, we note the issues raised by the Mike ETIS tag around implementation of Decision 19.99 to determine the feasibility of an analysis of ETIS data connected to each party with a legal domestic ivory market for commercial trade. Consider it important to be clear on the purpose of the analysis and the research questions to be addressed with the ETIS data. This may be helpful in drawing up criteria to be used to identify countries that should be included in the analysis. We think the EU's proposal on how to proceed with the analysis, including the range states as well, would be sounds like a reasonable way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Can you just repeat that draft recommendation again, please?
Am I on? I am on, yep. So it was to encourage donors and partners to support African elephant range states to conduct and fund surveys of elephant populations, and to encourage parties to provide funding to the African Elephant Fund for the implementation of the revised African Elephant Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I'm going to open the floor to observer parties to provide comments, and I'm going to try to get a regional balance of the comments that I called upon. And so I'm going to start with South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa would like to congratulate the Secretariat and its partners which contributed to the report. South Africa reports on Mike and ETIS and would like to thank the donors of the two programs, as well as the African Elephant Fund, and would like to encourage them to keep on contributing to the program. We support the recommendations in paragraph 75 of the document. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. I give the floor to Uganda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Uganda would like to thank the Secretariat, together with all the organizations that have contributed to the comprehensive report that has just been presented in Docs SC 77, Docs 63.1. We want to congratulate both the African and Asian elephant range states for collaborating and working together to combat illegal killing of elephants and trade that has resulted in consistent low levels of pike over the last 5 years. Madam Chair, this shows that to some extent, I think CITES decisions have had significant impact on reducing illegal killing of elephants and illegal ivory trade. And here, I particularly take note of the development and implementation of the National Ivory Action Plans. Despite some challenges and bias associated with pike that may present issues of accuracy, the reducing trend of illegal killing of elephants is undisputable. Madam Chair, I would like to draw the attention of the Standing Committee, as well as the MIC and ETIS tag, of the increasing killing of elephants as a result of human-elephant conflicts as highlighted by Kenya. And this is an area that we need to look at, not only in terms of funding, but also in terms of how data that is going into the analysis of MIC is handled, because I think data on human-elephant conflict is either recorded as illegal killing or natural killing. So we need to get that correct so that we can capture it clearly. In Uganda, we have seen another form of killing that is by accidents caused by speeding passenger buses along the highways. And since our parks are not fenced, we need to also, I think, be guided on how to consider that, because it might contribute to increased levels of pike. Chair, in conclusion, we appreciate the measures that have been put in place by the range states to address the illegal killing and trade in elephants, coupled with the CITES decisions, and urge all range states to sustain these efforts and any other additional measures to protect our elephants from illegal killing and trade. We therefore agree with the recommendations in paragraph 75 of the present document, as well as the recommendation, I think, that was provided by United Kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. I will give the list to India. Oh, and I'm going to close the list for comments for observer parties.
Should I? Thank you, Madam Chair. With more than 30,000 elephants, India is the largest Asiatic elephant range country. Trade in Asian elephant is banned in India under the Wildlife Protection Act. The ivory market and the ivory carving industry have been closed permanently in India. Moreover, trade of ivory and ivory carved items is also banned in the country. 33 landscapes have been notified as 33 elephant reserves, covering more than 80,000 square kilometers of the area. We have also identified and published 150 elephant corridors based on consultation with the stakeholders and ground truthing. We appreciate the Secretariat for the report on information and analysis provided by Mike and ETIS, and for the updates on the implementation of various provisions of Resolution Conf 10.10, Rev Cop 19, and action taken on implementation of the related decisions. There are instances of human-wildlife conflict also involving elephants. The Government of India has issued advisory and guidelines to the states and union territories of India to deal with situations arising due to human-wildlife conflict situations. These prescribe interdepartmental coordination committees at regional and local levels, identification and regular patrolling of hotspots, establishment of rapid response teams, adoption of early warning system, setting up 24/7 helplines, developing ecologically sustainable linear infrastructure, dealing with wildlife crime and payment of adequate compensation. As a result of measures taken by the government, elephant casualties have shown a declining trend between the years 2019-20 to 21-22. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India. And so with so much interest in this item, I'm going to limit interventions for parties to 2 minutes, and I would like them to focus on the recommendations in document 63.1. I give the floor to Gabon.
Merci, Madame la... Thank you, Madam Chair. As it's the first time Gabon is speaking, we would like to congratulate you on the leadership of this meeting and wish Ms. Rosemary Nyam a quick recovery. We'd like to thank Switzerland and the Secretariat for organizing the meeting. We are grateful for the preparation of this report on Conf 10.10 Rev COP19. On the application of decisions 19.99 and on domestic markets for ivory at the 19th Conference of the Parties, Gabon was a co-author of the document for integrating a process into ETIS for the monitoring of legal domestic markets and illegal trade. At the 74th meeting of the Standing Committee, we had adoption of decisions 19.99 and 19.100, and we saw the work of traffic for the implementation of the decision 19.99 and the clarification of the guidelines on the matters to be covered. And Gabon would like to highlight the importance of carrying out an analysis and assessment of seizures of ivory and of legal markets so that we can understand illegal trade in ivory. And following on the recommendation of 75E, and we align ourselves with Chad and Kenya in their statements and the proposals made by Burkina Faso in the document S19 and the decisions of the parties or territories identified as not being range states of African elephant, but which have declared a legal trade in ivory, or which have banned trade in ivory, but which have variable openings. So in the footnotes 16 and 19 of Annex 2 of document 63.1, we have seen this, and we support Chad and Kenya in supporting the document in paragraph 75 of this document to task ETIS and Mike with drawing up a definition of domestic ivory markets and using the ETIS data to do so. We would like the Mike ETIS subgroup program to look at the recommendations of the recommendations in the document 19.19 and report back to the next session of the Standing Committee. Thank you.
I will give the floor to Zimbabwe, and just a reminder to observer parties, there's a 2-minute limit on interventions.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. We want to thank the Secretariat for preparing this document and all other organizations involved in the provision of data and information. In short, Madam Chair, we support all the recommendations proposed in the document, particularly the revised African Elephant Action Plan, and we look forward to implementing it as a country. On recommendation number 75E, Zimbabwe proposes that should there be need for guidance for parties on addressing the definition of domestic ivory markets and the research questions to be addressed using CITES data, a notification to the parties may be the most appropriate way to gather views as it would involve more parties, including all countries with domestic ivory markets. Madam Chair, we want CITES to exercise great caution when dealing with domestic ivory markets, as the regulation of the same is, as of now, outside the purview of CITES. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. I give the floor to Tanzania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United Republic of Tanzania recommends the Secretariat for preparing this document SC77, Doc 63.1 on implementation of Resolution Conf 10.10. Madam Chair, the United Republic of Tanzania would like to give a brief update on the recent efforts to combat poaching and illegal wildlife trade, which include the review of the National Strategy to Combat Poaching and Illegal Wildlife Trade of 2014-2019, and the development of a new strategy, that National Anti-Poaching Strategy 2023-2033. The review of Elephant Management Plan 2000-2015, and the revised version of the Elephant Management Plan of 2023-2023, which will be launched before the end of this year. Tanzania has continued to monitor its elephant population by conducting census, and the recent elephant census suggested that the elephant population is increasing. With regard of the issue of the United Republic, of Tanzania annual report for 2021, which has not been received at the time of preparation of this report, we would like to get clarification, and if possible, Madam Chair, we will need to discuss with the Secretariat, because since the report was submitted by the CITES Management Authority as per Resolution Conf 11.17 Rev COP 19. And lastly, we support the recommendation put forward by UK on supporting elephant census. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. I give the floor to Burkina Faso.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Chair. Burkina Faso would like to thank the Secretariat and the various parties who have contributed to the drawing up of the report. We are a range state for African elephants and submitted document 77 Inf 19, which has proposals for the analysis under decision 1999, I beg your pardon. The first stage will consist of carrying out preliminary research on parties that have declared to have a legal domestic ivory market, or which have been identified as authorizing a certain national legal trade in ivory for commercial purposes. We also propose that preliminary research bring together information from CITES for these parties, including the number and weight of ivory seizures, and information on ivory and the application of the laws in these parties. On the basis of CITES and the information of ivory stocks and the domestic markets for commercial purposes will be useful and can be used for CITES by SC78. On the basis of early and preliminary reports, we can establish at SC78 a call for more in-depth research and more detailed information to be submitted to COP20. We can progress this work for SC78 and COP20. We'd like to support the positions of Chad, Kenya, and Gabon, and we would call for this to be tasked to the Mike and Etis subgroup so that they can draw inspiration from our document in SC 77 Inf 19. Thank you.
So I give the floor to Singapore.
Madam Chair, thank you. Singapore would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing the present document. ITIS, being a global information system, must ensure that its data is accurate and validated. Singapore has highlighted our concerns on the use of unverified data in our reports submitted to SC 69, SC 70, and SC 71, and our interventions at SC 74, COP 17, 18, and 19 meetings. We note that some improvements have been put in place, for example, the establishment of ITIS online and CITES notification issued to encourage parties to participate in the ITIS data validation. Singapore would like to emphasize the importance of data verification and the accuracy of data used in ITIS analysis as it impacts the determination of parties to be included in the National Ivory Action Plan. We recognize that ITIS does not always have the benefit of full information or timely submission of seizure information. ITIS should continue to increase transparency and improve data collection. It is important that unverified data should not be included in the ITIS analysis. Singapore would like to stress the importance of clear communication regarding assumptions, limitations, and effects of any modification of the modeling to all parties. This includes the proposed changes to bias-adjusted ITIS reporting covariant. It is important to explore the relationships of the covariants, assess impact of these changes on the resulting models, document their limitations and assumptions, and ensure that all parties are informed. In conclusion, Singapore would like to reiterate the importance of the ITIS analysis being fair, robust, transparent, and scientifically sound. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Singapore. I give the floor now to Liberia.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to extend my thanks and appreciation to the CITES Secretariat for the preparation of the document, and also for all the donors who have contributed over the years and up to today for sustaining and conserving our remaining population of elephants. We also like to thank all the partners who have also pushed us around as range states to be able to generate ITIS data and report it on time. As the Secretariat noted, the continued downward path trend in part of Africa is encouraging. And we believe that the closure of domestic market in most major average consuming countries worldwide has contributed to this hopeful trend. However, we need to make sure all domestic average markets that contribute to poaching or illegal are closed in order to maximize protections for elephants from the threat posed by the trade in ivory. Conducting this analysis of average seizures connected to the parties with illegal domestic ivory markets is a key step towards achieving this. Liberia supports the draft recommendations submitted by the Secretariat in Annex of Info 19 submitted by Burkina Faso. We also support Burkina Faso proposal to dedicate the drafting of the guardians for the analysis described in Decision 19.1999 to the MAC and ITIS subgroup on the margins of this meeting for consideration by SC 77. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Liberia. I give the floor to Senegal.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the 74th meeting, we submitted information document 18 on ivory seizures linked to the domestic legal markets. And we are pleased with the document Inf 19 that has been submitted this time with a proposed idea. The suggestions in the documents could encourage consumer countries, such as Japan, who do not yet have efficient measures to follow these markets. At the last meeting of the Conference of the Parties, we are concerned that the legal domestic market for ivory in Japan is important and needs to be assessed, and we support the recommendations in the document INF 19. We also support the proposal that Chad has just made, as well as Gabon and Burkina, which calls to task the Mike Ettis subgroup with carrying out the recommendations in the information document 19 at the meeting of that standing committee group. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. I give the floor to China.
Thank you, Chair. China thanks the Secretariat for preparing the document and gathering so much information. We have no objection on the recommendation in principle. However, regarding the recommendation in paragraph B, which invites the efforts of the elephant range states, we noted that the paragraph 38 of the report mentioned that the number of wild elephants in China is less than 500, which is considered trouble. But we think it should be analyzed from the perspective of ecological geography, rather than simply dividing animal populations by national boundaries. The joint nature reserves between China and Laos PDR provide good habitat for worldwide elephants, so the elephants in this area are not in trouble. In addition, the report cites the articles about the illegal ivory trade that does not correspond to the action situation of China. China banned the trade in ivory and its products several years ago, and the enforcement has worked very well. So we invited the Standing Committee and the parties to note the achievements of China's conservation on elephants. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, China. I will take my final comment from observer parties from Namibia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We would also like to join others in thanking the Secretariat for preparing a very detailed SC 77 Doc 63.1. Also like to thank IUCN and Traffic for all their contribution towards the implementation of the MIC and ETIS programs. To UNEP and all donor partners, thanks for all your support. Madam Chair, Namibia welcomes the downwards pike trend, as well as the decline in the number of cases recorded under the ETIS program. We shall remain committed to the implementation of the two programs. However, the issue of funding needs to be addressed, not only to sustain the two programs we are talking about now, but also just for the general management and conservation of elephants and rhinoceros, as well as the implementation of the revised African Elephant Action Plan. On the issue of domestic trade in ivory, Namibia still maintains that this is outside the scope of CITES and should not be dealt with under this convention. Otherwise, Madam Chair, we support the rest of the recommendations in this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Namibia. I'm going to do a quick summary and then take interventions, 1-minute interventions from two observer organizations. So where we are now is I see support for taking note of the downward trend for pike, recommendation A. I see support for recommendation B. I see support for recommendation C. For recommendation D, I also see support where we are discussing a lot of the conversation is on recommendation E, and so I want to propose a alternate recommendation, which would be to invite the Secretariat to issue a notification to the parties seeking input on the criteria that should be used to identify parties to be included in the analysis. and then invite another recommendation to invite the Mike and Edith subgroup to consider the responses and the proposed criteria and prepare research questions and report back to the next meeting of the Standing Committee SC 78. So I give the floor to conservation. I give the floor to CMS.
Thank you, Chair. For information, I'd just like to point out that the revised African Elephant Action Plan, agreed earlier this year, has also been submitted excuse me, by Cameroon and Zimbabwe to CMS COP14 to be endorsed, as had been the previous plan. And I note that the revised prioritization of the plan's objectives ties the plan even more closely to the objectives and mandate of CMS. The top 3 priorities, objectives now being reducing human-wildlife conflict, maintaining habitats and connectivity, and reducing the illegal killing of elephants. So we look forward to working with CITES parties and the Secretariat to implement the plan over the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, CMS, and I give the floor to Japan in US.
Thank you, Chair. This statement is provided on behalf of JTEF, EIA, ADM Capital Foundation, AWI, Bonfrey, CBD, DSAWF, FFW, HSI, NRDC, ProWildlife, and SSN. We support the interventions by Chad, Kenya, Belgium, UK, Gabon, Burkina Faso, Liberia, and Senegal. Also support the draft recommendations included in the annex to SC 77 INF 19. In this regard, it is important that SC 77 provide guidance to the Mike ETIS tag to progress analysis of markets that facilitate substantial legal commercial trade in ivory. We believe the draft recommendations included in INF 19 provide a practical approach, as well as requesting the Mike and ETIS subgroup to produce draft guidance on the margins of the Standing Committee and report back to SC 77 for consideration. We further invite the Standing Committee to take particular note of Japan. The information provided by Japan in Annex 3 to SC 77, Doc 63.1, and other open source documents make it clear that the domestic market in Japan is open. Government-registered traders in Japan are abundant. The stockpile available for trade is massive, and extremely broad statutory exemptions exist, which essentially render all regulatory prohibitions meaningless. As a result, there is a continuous stream of illegal ivory exports originating from Japan's domestic market. It is therefore important that any criteria identified by the Mike and ETIS subgroup do not exclude Japan from this analysis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I give the floor to Japan as a committee member.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. We support the recommendations. However, we would like to make sure the fact about our domestic ivory market. First of all, in Japan, ivory may be traded only within its own borders under specific conditions set by the national law, backed by strict management measures. In addition, ivory that are being legally traded in Japan were only sourced from ivory legally imported in the past, backed by strict border control. Stringent measures, including those mentioned earlier, are in place, are being strengthened in Japan to ensure its domestic ivory market does not contribute to poaching and illegal trade, and Japan is not subject to the NIA process. And then we appreciate traffic for the report on feasibility of use of its data in analysis of legal domestic ivory market in paragraph 71 to 74 of Annex 2 of the document 63.1. In this report, Japan is mentioned as one of the countries with reported not to have a legal domestic ivory market. However, as shown in Annex 3 of the same document, Japan has been consistently reporting on the implementation of stringent measures to ensure that its domestic ivory market does not contribute poaching and illegal trade, and never reported its closure. Although we understand that not to have a legal domestic ivory market in this report may include countries making various exceptions on the bans. And this resulted in the recommendation E concerning criteria to identify countries with legal domestic market. The current wording and categorization in this report may not go along with the understanding of some reporting countries. That's why we just would like to make sure the fact about our domestic ivory market in Japan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. And so focusing back on the committee, I'm going to try to go through these recommendations, and I'm seeing agreement for recommendation A to take note. The committee takes note of recommendation A. For recommendation B, the committee takes note of recommendation B. For recommendation C, the committee takes note of recommendation C. For recommendation D, the committee takes note for recommendation D. For recommendation F, the committee takes note, no, the committee welcomes the revised African elephant plan approved by the African elephant range states. So we have, I gave you one draft recommendation regarding a notification to the parties, and then that information will be given to the Mike and Edith subgroup, and they will report back out on a criteria at SC 78. So that's one new recommendation. And then the second draft recommendation that was provided is to encourage, I think this was pulled from an SC 74 document, encourage donors and partners to support African elephant range states to conduct and fund surveys of elephant populations and to encourage parties to provide funding to the African Elephant Fund, revised the African Elephant Fund, and for the implementation of the revised African Elephant Action Plan. Do we have support for those two new recommendations? Okay, do I have to read them out again? Great. And then the committee notes all of the comments that were made on the floor. Thank you. With that, I've concluded this agenda item, and we will move to the next item, which is 36.2, financial and operational sustainability of the Mike and Edith programs. I will just quickly remind the committee that we're not making as much progress as I thought we would make by now, and so please keep your interventions as short as possible and try to focus on the recommendations so that we can move through this agenda and accomplish our goal by the end of the day on Friday. I give the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Document 63.2 contains the Secretariat's report on the implementation of Decision 19.36 on the financial and operational sustainability of the Mike and ETIS program. Since COP19, the Secretariat has been in discussions with the European Union, who is planning to co-finance the implementation of the Mike program for an additional 5-year period starting in 2025. This has allowed the Secretariat to start redesigning a modified Mike program, which will take into account the recent financial, programmatic and operational realities around elephant conservation. the Secretariat has begun consultations with potential donors, African elephant range states, and MIC focal points through official communication and during the sub-regional steering committee meetings with the West African range states. These were held in September, and they are also in consultations with the East African range states in meetings held last month. From the inputs received to date, we have established data using a database using data that has been around for almost 2 decades. And we are hopefully going to roll this out in a more global manner as indicated in the documents. We will seek the inputs of African elephant range states in all sub-regions, as well as the MIC tag in upcoming meetings, in-person visits and other means of communication, and also plans to develop proposals for donors and also to explore alternative funding sources, while continuing to enhance operational performances of the MIC and ETIS programs. To conclude, the Standing Committee is invited to A. Note the Secretariat's plan, as you can see in paragraph 20 of this document. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Secretariat. I will open the floor to comments from the Standing Committee members. I give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the North America region. We support efforts to sustain MIC and ETIS programs through reliable funding. The North America region notes the Secretariat's plan for redesigning the MIC program and thanks the EU for their contribution in co-financing the implementation of the modified MIC program. We do have one request regarding recommendation B, that it be amended to include language specifying that the Secretariat report to the Standing Committee at SC 78 in order to ensure continued oversight of this process. Finally, the North American region notes that funding shortfalls persist in the ETIS program and that this will interfere with implementation of the ETIS program, as mandated in ResComp 10.10, in the absence of additional financial resources. We encourage parties to consider possible funding options to contribute to the ETIS program, as the information provided by ETIS is crucial to understanding the evolving nature of the illegal ivory trade and enables the Secretariat to identify those parties that are at greatest risk. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, the North American region. I give the floor to Belgium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We realize there's a serious shortage in funding, and we urge all donors to consider contributing financially to the MIC and ETIS programs. And we note that given the current financial challenges, the MIC program should focus on its core mandate, which may require downsizing some activities. We support recommendation A, but would like to make an expansion in recommendation B, so it does not only refer to MIC, but also to ETIS. It would then read, encourage the Secretariat to prepare proposals and explore alternative options for support to the MIC and ETIS programs for consideration of donors. And we can also take on board the addition just presented by the US to ask the Secretariat to report back to SC 78. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I give the floor to Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As one of the donors to the MIC program, Japan expects that the redesigned program continues to be conducted based on local needs. Japan also requests that the changes of Secretariat staff members will not affect the MIC program in any way, and all procedures and works are succeeded smoothly. On ETIS program, Japan considers it is desirable to be operated in a cost-effective and prioritized manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. I will open the floor to observer parties. I give the floor to Uganda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Uganda wishes to thank the Secretariat for preparing this document. We take note of the plan to redesign the MIC program in the wake of diminishing funding to the program. Madam Chair, Uganda is a beneficiary of the MIC program and wishes to attest that the program has contributed a great deal of knowledge, information on elephants and illegal killing. It has also been instrumental in capacity building for the range states to collect data on elephants and implement programs and activities aimed at reducing illegal killing of elephants. The MIC program has also been helpful in strengthening law enforcement, operations and management, especially in the MIC sites. The diminishing funds to the program is a big concern and needs to be seriously addressed so that we consolidate the gains made. And despite the reducing levels of illegal killing of elephants, as we saw in the previous document, the threat of illegal trade is still real, and we don't need to relax. We want to appeal to donors, and I know there are many here, to continue supporting the MIC program and so that there is sustained conservation of the African elephants. We also agree with the revised recommendations, I think as suggested by US and Belgium with regard to proposals by the Secretariat and the information to the next Standing Committee, SC78. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. I give the floor to Zambia.
Thank you very much, Chair. Zambia takes note of the recommendation in A, and we further support the recommendation that is given by the proposal by Belgium to expand B to include both MIC and CITES. Zambia is one of the beneficiaries of the MIC program, and we were looking forward to expanding and continued running of the MIC program. And we are delighted to note proposals for possible funding that will continue with the funding. And so we submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Zambia. I open the floor to observer organizations. Okay, so it sounds like looking at the recommendations in document 20, the Standing Committee is in agreement with recommendation A to note the Secretariat's plan to design the MIC program activities to consider the outcomes of the evaluation and reflect on current conservation needs and realities of the African elephant range states while addressing financial and operation sustainability. The committee agrees to recommendation A. And for recommendation B, we received some revised, some inserted language from Belgium as well as the United States to have a revised decision that reads, encourage the Secretariat to prepare proposals and explore alternate options to support the MIC and EVIS program to seek support of donors pursuant to decision 19.36 paragraph A and report on progress to SC 78. Is there agreement with that recommendation? Okay, the committee agrees on the revised recommendation B, and we'll note all the comments made on the floor. With that, I conclude this agenda item and move to the next agenda item, 51, Stocks and Stockpiles Elephant Ivory, and give the floor to the Secretary to introduce the document.
Thank you, Chair. In this document, the Secretariat presents a summary of stockpile declarations for 2022 and an overview of the number of parties that had informed the Secretariat of such stockpiles within their territory from 2014 to 2023, which includes the data for 2022. As stated in the document, it's currently not possible for the Secretariat to identify all those parties which should make submissions based on the criteria outlined in paragraph 7E of the resolution 1010. Because simply we do not possess of a formal list of such parties, and secondly, parties have not yet at least, agreed on a definition of what constitutes a stockpile. And also I want to recall that Burundi has previously been identified as a party where ivory stockpiles are not well secured based on information provided by Burundi in 2004 and on seizure in Uganda in 2015. The Secretariat has reached out to Burundi a couple of times in order to seek an invitation for, or at least an update on the situation in the country, but so far we have not received a formal response to these letters. Finally, the Secretariat informs the committee that it has recently initiated a development of a database to better systematize and secure the data on ivory stockpiles that are reported by parties. This new electronic system will allow for better tracking of the ivory stockpile data, including on destroyed stockpiles, while maintaining the data secure and strictly confidential. The Secretariat proposes a set of recommendations in paragraph 18 of the document, which are somewhat similar to those that were agreed by the committee at SC 74. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. I will open the floor to comments from committee members. I give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking on behalf of the North America region, we support efforts to encourage parties to report on ivory stockpiles to the Secretariat annually, in addition to submission of information on destroyed stockpiles, as urged in Resolution Conf 10.10, Rev. COP 19 on trade in elephant specimens. We feel the wording of proposed recommendations A and B could be amended slightly to align the language with that of the resolution. For recommendation A, we recommend deleting the phrase "to comply with" and substitute "as urged in," and also delete the word "required" so that it reads, encourage parties to step up their efforts as urged in the provisions of paragraph 7E of Resolution Conf 10.10 Rev. COP 19 on trade in elephant specimens concerning stockpiles, with a view of submitting the information to the Secretariat every year. And for recommendation B, we recommend deleting obligations of and substitute actions they are urged to take in so that it reads, invite regional members and alternate regional members as part of their regular contact with parties in their region to remind parties of the actions they are urged to take in paragraph 7E of Resolution Conf 10.10 Rev. COP 19. Finally, we continue to support the Secretariat's efforts to engage with Burundi to put in place arrangements to conduct a technical mission to verify the current status of the Burundi stockpile and to report its findings to the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, North American region. I give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. The UK supports the need to encourage more parties to provide information on their ivory stockpiles, as urged in paragraph 7E of Resolution Conference 1010, Rev. COP 19. We therefore support the recommendations A and B in paragraph 19 of SC 77.51 with the text amendments as just proposed by the US. We note the definition of stockpile is going to be discussed under Agenda Item 50. If parties can agree on a definition of stockpile, it would be clearer for parties to understand if they have an ivory stockpile that falls under the scope of reporting in ResConf 1010, Rev. COP 19. We also support the Secretariat's continued engagement with Burundi to arrange a technical mission to verify the current status of the Burundi stockpile and report back to this committee. We urge Burundi to engage with the Secretariat in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, the United Kingdom. I give the floor to Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Kenya will also wish to commend the Secretariat for their useful document, for this useful document. And I wish to thank Switzerland for their support for the better systematization and security of the data on ivory stockpile reported by parties. Madam Chair, I would like to urge my colleagues to report if they're holding ivory, whether long-term or short-term, and whether one task is held or many. The issue of stockpile leaking ivory has long plagued us, and only by careful handling, cataloging, and reporting can we begin to address this issue. Madam Chair, we therefore urge all parties holding any amount of ivory to report, but based on the Secretariat's comments on 3 sources from which inferences can be drawn about the stockpiles, we consider that at least parties should report 1, if ivory seizures in their country have been reported to CITES; 2, if they are an elephant range state, since ivory collected from natural mortalities must also be inventoried and added to stockpiles; and 3, if they are in the near process. Madam Chair, we want therefore to propose the following amendment and addition to the recommendation in para A, in para 19 of document 51. And Chair, I will read this slowly. That the Standing Committee, instead of encourages, we replace with urges parties to step up their efforts to comply with the provisions of paragraph 7E of Resolution Conf 10.10 as revised at COP19 on trade on elephant specimens concerning stockpiles. And there will be a new addition there after stockpiles, particularly parties that are in the near process, parties in which seizures or confiscations were reported to CITES, and parties that are range states for elephants. And then the rest continues with the view of submitting the required information to the Secretariat every year. I thank you, Madam Chair. I can supply this written to the Secretariat.
Yeah, just to confirm, it is the Standing Committee urges parties to step up their efforts with the provisions of paragraph 7E in Resolution Conf 1010
on trade in elephant specimens
concerning stockpiles with the particularly
parties that are in the near process
with confiscations reported to CITES and range states.
That's correct.
All right, thank you, Kenya.
Thank you.
I open the floor to observer parties and give the floor to Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Secretariat for this document. Nigeria considered that reporting on ivory is essential for transparency and encourages all other parties with ivory stockpiles to report annually as well. Nigeria has developed a standard operating procedure for seized and confiscated CITES items. This entails ivory stockpiles and management, which officers are well trained with the help of elephant protection initiatives. While records were secured in the cloud using the stockpile management system, an audit of the country system for the storage and management of this confiscated wildlife product ivory has been assessed with development of training manual. Nigeria is making use of established parameters contained in the ethics forms and SOP documents on the chain of custodies and others. We also wish to reiterate the approval by the government of Nigeria on the disposal of the ivory through crushing method, which has been concluded to be used for the disposal and this will be coming very soon. We think that disposal of stockpile of ivory and other wildlife products through non-commercial means is one of the best ways to ensure the items do not return back to the black market. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria. And I'm going to close the list for observer parties. I have Gabon, Benin, and then Cameroon. Please try to keep your interventions to under 2 minutes. I give the floor to Gabon.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Chair. Gabon would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing document 51 and notes that the Secretariat once again underlines the difficulties in identifying the parties containing ivory stocks and stockpiles. We need to be informed about destroyed stocks so that it can be registered in the seizures in database. We encourage states to provide information on the destroyed stockpiles in the 2023-04 paragraph 7 document. In the 19th meeting of the COP, we put forward the info doc 1 on encouraging parties to declare their stocks regardless of size or weight. We need to have enough information to be able to better identify the parties concerned by paragraph 7E of the resolution 1019 in order to see whether a party just hasn't declared their ivory or whether they don't have any. The new ETIAS online functionalities will be able to help parties to be able to identify whether they don't have any ivory stockpiles or other situations as under notification 037E. We align with Kenya that 19A or 51 be modified to say that all range states should information on destroyed stockpiles and the absence of stockpiles to the extent possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabon. I give the floor to Benin.
Okay. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Donc,
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for this document and for the information and recommendations contained within it. Notably, asking the SC to clearly define what we mean by stock.
Resolution 1010, particularly paragraph 7E, that is to say the question of ivory stocks that parties have in their territory. That has to be reported annually. Cameroon, like other states, was mentioned in paragraph 9 of document 51 with respect to stock declaration. Madam Chair, we should say that the government of Cameroon, in its fight against illegal trade in ivory and other derivatives, made an undertaking in 2016 to destroy some 6 tons of ivory and other products that have been seized by competent authorities, some 2,000 tusks and over 1,000 crafts that were ivory-based. And in keeping with Res 1010, we have made taken a number of initiatives in recent years in order to try to ensure that we have control over the ivory stock on our territory with technical and financial support, whose support we would like to acknowledge here and now. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Traffic International, the Foundation for Elephant Initiative, and WCS.
Carry out an audit of its ivory management and storage system, finalize the standard operating procedure for ivory stockpile.
Cameroon, I just want to note that you're at about 3.5 minutes, and I have limited interventions to 2 minutes. So if you could wrap it up, that would be excellent. Thank you.
Of finalize the standard operating procedure for ivory stockpile management undertook a security upgrade to the central warehouse in Yaoundé and the construction of a secondary warehouse in Bam-Jerem National Park, initiate training of trainers and technical capacity building of some 20 field agents in stockpile management system, ivory tagging, and filling in ETIS forms. Strengthening collaboration between national wildlife law enforcement agencies, including forester, custom, policy, gendarmerie, and magistrate, while reiterating that Cameroon will spare no effort to comply with the point raised in the dossier under review. It will be appropriate to note here the need to combine efforts by mobilizing more financial support to better manage the recurring human-elephant conflicts that have become a major reason for the illegal slaughter of elephants, thus fueling the illicit ivory trade. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Cameroon. I'm going to try to wrap up this item with the Standing Committee before we take our break, and then just a reminder, we are going to have an additional 2 hours after a 10-minute break. And so what I have is some revised language for recommendation 19A, which would read, urge parties to step up their efforts in line with the provisions of paragraph 7E and resolution Conf 10 Rev Cop 19 on trade in elephant specimens concerning stockpiles, particularly parties in the NEAP process, parties that have reported seizures to CITES and African range states, with the view of submitting the information to the Secretariat every year. Is the committee agrees to that recommendation? Thank you. So the committee agrees to the revised recommendation A. The revised recommendation in B, also with the edit made by the United States, would read, invite regional members and alternate regional members as part of their regular contact with parties in region to remind parties of the actions they are urged to take in paragraph 7E of Resolution Conf 1010 Rev Cop 19. The committee agrees on the revised recommendation B. There was support for recommendation C, so the committee agrees on recommendation C, and the committee agrees on recommendation D. And with that, I conclude this agenda item. We are going to take a very short break of 15 minutes, and we will resume promptly at 17:23, and with agenda item 34, the National Ivory Action Plan Process, NEAPS. We're going to be resuming the session, the next session in 1 minute, so please take your seats.
Test. 1, 2, 3, test. Un, deux, test, micro chef.
Tu veux le descendre, je le mute pendant que tu descends. Après, je le remonte.
All right, folks, we're going to start the meeting again, restart the meeting. Just to clarify and just an update, like this session is so that we can get caught up, and so in the effort to have diversity in discussion, I'm going to put a timer on interventions for observer parties as well as observer organizations. It will be 2 minutes for observer parties, 1 minute for observer organizations. In the hopes of us getting to a good place by 7 o'clock. And I just want to thank the interpreters for allowing us these extra 2 hours and to get caught up. And so we will resume the agenda with document 34, the National Ivory Action Plan Process, NEAPS. Oh. In the haste to close out the last agenda item, I did not give the Standing Committee consideration to the proposal that was submitted by Gabon. And so I would like to go back to the last document and get the Standing Committee's, give the Standing Committee consideration on additional language added to recommendation C provided by Gabon in their intervention. Recommendation C would be recommend that parties submit information on destroyed stockpiles or additional language absence thereof to the extent possible. I see some head nods. Is there any, there's agreement to that? Okay, so the Standing Committee agrees to the amended recommendation C to add the words or absence thereof after stockpiles. And with that, I do conclude that item. And for agenda item 34 on the NEAPS, I give the floor to the Secretariat to introduce the document.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Document 34, prepared by the Secretariat, provides an update on the implementation of Decision 1968, as well as the progress made in implementing national ivory action plans pursuant to the guideline to the NEAP process contained in Annex 3 of Resolution COP 1010. Regarding Decision 19.68 on the review of the NEAP process, the vacancy announcement for the consultancy work is under final review and will be posted on the CITES website with a link to the UN platform where applications for this consultancy work can be submitted. The Secretary do encourage all those with the required background and expertise to keep an eye on the announcement and apply for this post to ensure the quality of the work. On the NEAP implementation, the Secretary sent reminders to relevant NEAP parties on the deadline for the submitting of the report to SC77, which is this meeting, consulted CITES for clarifications when needed, and reach out to parties on their reports when discrepancies were identified. Madam Chair, as we all know, the NEAP process is a unique tool in CITES that aims to reduce the illegal trade in ivory with time frames, deliverables, and milestones. Each plan outlines the urgent measures that a NEAP party commits to deliver. In that connection, the Secretary would like to express its sincere concern with the late and the non-submission of NEAP reports. Of the 13 NEAP parties, only 3 submitted their reports on time, namely before the 7th August deadline. These 3 parties are Cambodia, Mozambique, and Qatar. The reports from Angola, Cameroon, and Nigeria were submitted after deadline, but the Secretary still agreed to assess them. An additional 3 parties, Malaysia, Togo, and Vietnam, submitted their reports after the publication of the Secretary's report, including one received last Friday. The Secretary was therefore unable to assess these additional reports, but still published them as additional annexes to document SC77, Doc 34. The Secretary's report provides an update on the status of NEAP implementation in all the 13 parties that are currently included in the NEAP process. Given the number of NEAP parties in the interest of time, I will not go into details on the status of each of the 13 parties, but I would like to just stress that the Secretariat has observed different situations among NEAP parties in progressing their NEAPs, showing both the positive and the less positive aspect of NEAP implementation. There are parties that have achieved their NEAP, party that submitted a NEAP report that contains no new progress, and party that was given a clear warning for possible compliance measures at SC75 if no concrete progress has been made before the present meeting, but still failed to submit a report. Based on the status of each country and its assessment of the report, the Secretary has proposed recommendations for each of the 13 parties that are contained in paragraph 78 of the present document. The Secretary suggests that the committee considers the recommendations party by party. Since Malaysia, Togo, and Vietnam have submitted their NEAP reports, the Secretary would like to propose some revised text for the recommendations concerning these 3 parties when we come to them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, the Secretariat. So I now open discussion on this document to members of the Standing Committee. I give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. The UK considers the National Ivory Action Plan process to be a very important tool within CITES to encourage parties identified as being involved in substantial illegal ivory trade to take measures to try and combat it. We commend the countries with NIAPs for their continuous efforts in implementing their plans. We are concerned to note that some NIAP parties have submitted late reports or failed to report on progress to the Standing Committee and urge all parties to report to the Standing Committee meetings in accordance with the NIAP guidelines. The UK supports the recommendations proposed by the Secretariat, but we would suggest some amendments to ensure recommendations are consistent with those made at previous Standing Committee meetings and to take into account the reports that have been submitted late. I'll come to those in a moment. We do not consider an oral report made at the Standing Committee meeting to be sufficient to enable the Secretariat and parties opportunity to consider the report and make suitable recommendations. Recommendations should therefore be directed to the parties that have not submitted a written report to this meeting to submit their NIAP progress reports to the Secretariat within 60 days of the conclusion of this Standing Committee meeting, and that trade suspension measures will be recommended if they fail to submit their progress reports. This would apply to Gabon, Congo, and Lao People's Democratic Republic, and also Angola, whose report did not include new progress made. We would also suggest a recommendation to request the Secretariat to evaluate the late progress reports from Togo, Vietnam, and Malaysia, and bring any matters arising to the attention of the Standing Committee as may be needed. If the Standing Committee agrees to our proposals, we can provide text which would serve to update some of the proposed recommendations in SC 77 Doc 34. We have based this text on language used in previous Standing Committee recommendations. And finally, in relation to Decision 19.68 on the review of the National Ivory Action Plans process, the UK is pleased to be supporting the implementation of this decision, and we welcome the update from the Secretariat that has started the process of contacting a consultant to carry out the review. Thank you.
Thank you, the United Kingdom. I give the floor to Belgium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like the UK, we regret the lack of reporting by certain parties and urge them to respect the steps as outlined in the NIAP guidelines. We repeat as well that oral updates cannot replace the reporting requirements for such an important issue. I will now turn to the country-specific recommendations. For DRC and Nigeria, we support the recommendations as suggested by the Secretariat. For Togo and Vietnam, given the late submission, we agree that the Secretariat was not able to evaluate their reports, and therefore we recommend that the Secretariat analyzes and evaluates the submitted reports within 90 days after the Standing Committee, and if the report is deemed unsatisfactory, issue a notification with a recommendation to suspend trade. We note the progress made and agree to the recommendations on Cambodia. For Gabon, Congo, and Lao PDR, given their non-reporting and in line with the approach taken in the past on parties that did not report on progress with their NIAPs, we recommend that they are to provide a satisfactory progress report within 60 days after the end of the Standing Committee. And if this is not complied with, we request the Secretariat to publish a notification to recommend a trade suspension. Angola did provide a report, but indicated that they could not report any progress since COP19 because they're finalizing paperwork which would indicate the progress they made. We suggest, therefore, to apply the same measures to Angola as for the previous countries and request them to submit this updated progress report within 60 days after the end of the Standing Committee, and if not found satisfactory by the Secretariat, request the Secretariat to publish a notification to suspend trade. For Malaysia, who submitted a report but too late for the proper consideration of the Secretariat, we suggest postponing the decision on their potential exit from the NIAP process at Standing Committee 78 and request Malaysia to submit an updated report in time for evaluation by SC 78. And we agree with all other remaining recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I am opening the floor for comments from observer parties, starting with Nigeria. And just a reminder, there is a 2-minute limit on interventions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a party in the NIAP process, Nigeria would like to thank the Secretariat for its role in the NIAP assessment process and for assessing our report, even though we submitted a little behind the deadline. The NIAP process has been a framework for Nigeria to tackle ivory poaching and trafficking, and our successes, as well as those by other parties in the NIAP process, are outlined in the progress report to the current meeting. However, we note in paragraph 8 of Doc 34 that the Secretariat has reported challenges in conducting assessments of progress reports due to capacity constraints. While we wholeheartedly acknowledge the increasing workload of the Secretariat, we wish to remind parties and the Secretariat that paragraph C, step 4 of the NIAP guidelines in resolution conference 10.10 contain provisions to enable the Secretariat to seek assistance, namely, the Secretariat to evaluate the reports based on the self-assessments and in cooperation with experts, if needed, submit the reports to the Standing Committee at each of its regular meetings. As such, Nigeria wishes to understand whether the Secretariat has sought the assistance of experts in this instance, as it might have helped to alleviate their burden. If not, we would like to understand the reasons for not doing so. As a party in our process, we understand the considerable efforts expended by parties to implement NIAPs and our reporting obligations. We believe it will greatly assist us if the Secretariat makes use of the support available as per the guidelines to conduct its assessment of progress to ensure the NIAP process remains robust. Nigeria will flag that numerous expert non-governmental organizations assist us with implementation of NIAP activities, especially considering the absence of sustainable finance for the Secretariat. We would like to request the Standing Committee to direct the Secretariat to consult such experts to assist in assessment of progress reports as per the NIAP guidelines. We appreciate the effort of the Secretariat on Nigerian NIAP's assessment. Actions will be taken and reverted in due course. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria. I give the floor to the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am speaking here for Chad as their alternate. I wanted to respond. Now, there was a problem with the report having been submitted, and I did send an email to the Secretariat, which gave them some explanation for the DRC's report not having been filed, and we gave you reasons for the delay. There were very good reasons because we have a problem with the armed groups. The problems that were raised under the Article 13 procedure have also been a difficulty because we've had problems for some months now with our managing authority in the DRC. So that is why I did ask if you could give us until the next Standing Committee meeting to submit this report. Let me say once again that we are acting in good faith and we have every intention of submitting our report. We do realize that recommendations had been made at SC 75 with respect to the submission of these reports, and they are key for the implementation of our national ivory action plans. So I would beg your indulgence and ask that we can postpone the submission of our report until the next meeting of the Standing Committee. And I would also take this opportunity to ask for support for the development of our National Ivory Action Plan. Thank you.
I give the floor to Qatar.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The state of Qatar joined the CITES Convention not long ago and became a party to the convention in 2001. And it was a pioneer in keeping peace with other countries and setting strict law to prevent wild crimes. National CITES regulations has been classified into the first category. Therefore, the CITES Management Authority of Qatar was keen to present its plan to combat the ivory trade early, and that was in 2018. It's made progress and some measure according to the progress report that submitted in the 73rd session of the Standing Committee. And the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change is still working in cooperation with relevant authorities and implement in all items. The National Action Plan for the authority in Qatar include 15 actions to become implemented, and 5 of these has already been implemented since the submission of our first progress. The first report is in April 2018, and now it's now achieved. And we sent another 5 achievements and procedure, and we sent the second report for the successful achievement for 5 other progress. An interest in combating wildlife crime was the highest state of interest in the state of Qatar, so was find of training program for the year 2021, included training of the CITES Convention and combating wildlife crime. Finally, we ask in this meeting to agree that Qatar has implemented all the obligation and according with the plan of national combat ivory. Thank you.
Thank you, Qatar. I give the floor to Gabon and close the list for observer parties.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Chair. Gabon has taken note of SC 77 Doc 34. We are pleased to confirm that we have made progress with respect to our planning process. Since we embarked upon this, we have, for the first time, not been able to submit a report on time for this SC meeting. We have certainly taken note of the comments made about that fact. We would like to reassure the meeting and the Secretariat of our intention to submit a report on the implementation of our plan as soon as possible. This in keeping with the Secretariat recommendation in Para 78 of Doc 34. Furthermore, we would like to say that we are in discussions with traffic with respect to the implementation of 64J3I of SC 77 Doc 34 with respect to ETIS reports. Thank you.
Gabon, I give the floor to Cameroon.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. As you know, Cameroon is one of the countries under the National Ivory Action Plan process, and we would like to thank the Secretariat for their help, and notably for the high-quality analysis of Cameroon's work under the plan process. We have noted the comments made, particularly the evaluation and the link between indicators and the results obtained in the implementation of our activities. We will, of course, also take note of the recommendations made in order to improve the implementation of our national plan. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Cameroon. I give the floor to Malaysia.
Madam Chair, Malaysia has submitted our progress report on 13 October, which can be found in Doc 34A9. We apologize for the submission after the deadline, which is to ensure latest, complete and accurate data, as well as going through the internal process before the report can be submitted and published by Secretariat. The 74th meeting of the Standing Committee in March 2022 commended Malaysia for achieving its NIAP and agreed to consider the exit of Malaysia from the NIAP process at this meeting. Malaysia has achieved 10 out of 11 of the components from 5 NIAP pillars, and one of the components has substantially achieved. Overall, Malaysia had achieved all the milestones set out in the NIAP, including the development of specific national level risk profiles and indicators to combat wildlife trafficking. We believe that Malaysia should be considered to exit the NIAP process in the next Standing Committee meeting, taking into consideration the efforts and initiatives that have been taken since 2013, when NIAP was first introduced during the 63rd and 64th Standing Committee meetings in Bangkok. Malaysia will continue to step up our effort in curbing the illegal activities which are exploiting our country and look forward to cooperating with other parties and international organizations in this regard. Malaysia appreciates the continuous support from CITES, Secretariat, and other partners. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Malaysia. I give the floor to Mozambique.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As it is our first time to take the floor, I would like to first congratulate you for your election, and also the Secretariat and the government of Switzerland for hosting us. Our comment on NIAP goes to paragraph 50, in which is reported that we did not report the dewarning process in Limpopo National Park. Maybe it's good to understand that Limpopo National Park is part of a transboundary conservation area, and we have joint operations plans with South Africa in Kruger National Park, and there are no resident rhinos in Limpopo National Park. That's why we did not report that. And the strategy includes a forward operating base which was put along the border, which is a critical crossing point of rhinos. And when the rhinos come, sometimes from South Africa, they are sent back. We have a full-time helicopter on that area, so that's why we did not report dewarning in that area. Some of the rhinos, when they cross, maybe they have been already dewarned in South Africa, in Kruger National Park, so there is no need to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mozambique. I'm going to give the floor now to the Secretariat, who has some revised recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the changes are substantial, so I'm not going to point out where the changes are, but rather to read the whole new text. I hope the new text meet the expectations of the UK. I know you have some text. This is concerning Togo and Vietnam. The new text reads, the Standing Committee, small Roman 1, notes the late submission of reports on progress with NIAP/NIRAP implementation by Togo and Vietnam. Small Roman 2 requests the Secretariat to review and assess the 2 progress reports and bring any matters of concern to the attention of the Standing Committee at SC 78. And small Roman 3 urge Togo and Vietnam to submit their progress reports on NIAP/NIRAP implementation no later than 90 days before the 78th meeting of the Standing Committee. Should I go on with Malaysia? Right. And the new text for the Malaysia reads, the Standing Committee, small Roman 1, notes that Malaysia did not submit a report on progress with NIAP implementation after the deadline. Small Roman 2 requests the Secretariat to review and assess the progress report and bring any matters of concern to its attention at SC 78. And small Roman 3 urges Malaysia to submit its progress report on NIAP implementation no later than 90 days before the 78th meeting of the Standing Committee.
Thank you, Secretariat.
That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to continue with Vietnam and Cambodia for their remarks. I give the floor to Vietnam.
Madam Chair, first of all, Vietnam would like to provide clarification for the late submission of the NEAP progress report. Due to the recent institutional and structure change of the national MA, a number of communications were unfortunately missed during the transition period. Vietnam presents our apologies for the late submissions. Vietnam has made every effort to collect information to firstly present the Standing Committee an interim progress report submitted as Annex 11 to the present document, and the final version will be submitted by December this year. For that, Vietnam would be aligned with the amendment made by the Secretariat by acknowledging that Vietnam submitted a progress report with NERAP implementations and the way forward from that. We thank you, Madam Chair, for giving the floor.
Thank you, Vietnam, and I give the floor to Cambodia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a member of the Standing Committee and distinguished colleague, Cambodia would like to draw the attention to participants in the meeting, the review, the progress report on the implementation of the Cambodia National Ivory Action Plan, NEAP. Of the 13 actions outlined in the National Ivory Action Plan, Cambodia is proud to report a full achievement of 4 actions and substantial achievement in 9 actions. Let me highlight some of notable accomplishments. 1. Inventory of the elephant ivory size by the Forest Administration and General Department of Customs and Excise. 2nd, forensic analysis of ivory sizes to determine origin of ivory and its source. Training on ivory of elephant ivory, and 4th, capacity building for wildlife tracking, investigation, and wildlife protection and conservation. We would like to thank UNODC, ICCWC, relevant to national law enforcement organization and CITES Secretariat to support the implementation of NEAP. It is worth noting that Cambodia has not observed any instance of transit of elephant ivory through international shipment and transport since 2018. With the exception of 1 case sizes in the year, this represents a significant achievement in our effort to curtail the illegal ivory trade within our border. Madam Chair, we understand the concern raised regarding the consistency of our request to exceed the NEAP implementation, even with some action yet to be fully realized. We acknowledge the importance of transparency and alignment with our commitment. Therefore, we propose collaborative effort to review and reassess our progress report on Cambodia NEAP implementation. With the guidance and support of the CITES Standing Committee and CITES Secretariat, we believe this approach can yield the best possible outcome for wildlife conservation. Our commitment to fully comply with CITES regulation and resolution associated with ivory trade remain unwavering. We say
my apologies, Cambodia, but we're limiting interventions to 2 minutes, and you're already at 3 minutes, and so can you please bring it to a conclusion?
Yeah. We seek your support in granting Cambodia request to officially exit NEAP with continuing our relentless effort to combat the illegal trade in ivory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Cambodia. I'm going to give the floor to the Secretariat to address the questions that were posed by the representative from Nigeria regarding outside consultants for the evaluation of NEAPs.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we thank Nigeria for raising these points on the finance allocated to the assessment of the NEAPs. We constat that the importance that you attach to this process is not accompanied by the required funding to assist the parties or to assess the NEAPs. We don't have human resources right now in the Secretariat to assess the NEAPs since December last year, and we don't have a special dedicated fund to assist the parties that are implementing these programs, and we invite interested donors and parties that attach importance to this program to provide the financial resources to conduct this work. Regarding the engagement of experts, this is an excellent question that I think we can bring to the process of the review of the NEAPs, and we invite that once the consultant is hired, liaise with Nigeria and other parties that have the same concerns, because engaging experts have legal implications for the UN that have also compliance implications on how we are going to engage these experts, and I think that we need more guidance and protocols to proceed into that, also including which experts and under which conditions, if this volunteer work or if we have to pay, etc. So all this needs to be discussed, and we think that the review of the NEAPS process offers the right place to discuss these matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretariat. And so I'm going to take one or two comments if there's any observer organizations. I give the floor to EIA UK.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This intervention is made on behalf of EIA and 11 other organizations whose names will be shared with the Secretariat for the summary record. We thank the parties that submitted progress reports to the present meeting and also thank the Secretariat for its assessment. The NIAP process is central to the implementation of the Convention and the conservation of elephants. It is more than an administrative process. As such, we are concerned that repeated and increasingly low reporting rates risk seriously undermining the process. For the present meeting, 8 out of 13 parties either failed to provide reports in time or provided reports with no updates. Several parties, including Category A parties, have never submitted ivory stockpile reports. As such, progress to tackle poaching and ivory trafficking is not being assessed comprehensively, and we call on parties to urgently recommit efforts to uphold the process. We also support the interventions by Standing Committee members today that oral updates are not an adequate means of reporting. Instead, and to ensure consistency, we urge that all non-reporting parties should be requested to submit a report within 60 days of the closure of the meeting, and failure to do this or inadequate process should result in a recommendation to suspend trade in CITES-listed species. We further support the intervention made by Nigeria, a party in the NIAP process, calling for support to be provided to the Secretariat to conduct its assessments of progress reports in order to uphold the objectives of the NIAP process. Finally, regarding the NIAP review decision adopted at COP19, we welcome the Secretariat's updates on the process of the recruitment and encourage regular updates in the interests of clarity. We further encourage the establishment of a consultative process to implement the recommendations of the review. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, EIA UK. So what I'm hearing from the floor is that there are a lot of challenges with reports and timely reporting, and then I also am hearing the need for timely reporting and so that the committee and the Secretariat can evaluate these documents and provide the information to the Secretariat. I know I parked the comments and edits from the United Kingdom, and I captured some of the edits from, from Belgium regarding the recommendations for Laos, PDR, Gabon, Congo, and Angola. And so I invite the UK and Belgium to come together and come up with some mutually acceptable edits and submit it to the Secretariat. The Secretary will also provide you the revised language after, that he's revised after receiving the documents, and report it back to the committee, and we'll translate it and we'll take it up later in the agenda. I would also ask the UK and Belgium to take into the consideration some of the comments that were made on the floor, specifically those by the DRC and Nigeria. Is that mutually acceptable to Belgium and the United Kingdom? Okay, thank you so much. And so we will suspend this item and take it up later in the meeting. Next up, we're going to take up agenda item 55, dialogue meeting for African elephant range states. And I give the floor to Botswana to introduce the document.
Thank you, Chair. Document 55 has been prepared by Botswana and concerns the hosting of the dialogue meeting, which was agreed upon at COP19. Chair, Botswana at COP19 had indicated that her desire to host the meeting following an agreement by the African range states at COP19 that we would immediately proceed towards finding solutions, particularly towards the issues around the harmonized regime for the trade in live elephants, and also in terms of addressing the long-standing challenges around annotation 2 for those elephant range states whose elephants are currently in Appendix 2. The process for holding and hosting dialogue meetings, Chair, is outlined clearly in ResCom 14.5. And as per the guidance within the resolution, we are looking forward to the Standing Committee Chair and the Secretariat working very closely with the elephant range states regarding the setting up of the meeting. The document before you highlights areas that potentially could make up the agenda, but we would hasten to add, Chair, that we are not in any way in the document proposing an agenda which has been raised as a concern. We were merely highlighting areas that have previously challenged the elephant range states in terms of finding solutions to this long-standing challenges around the conservation and management of the African elephant. We had also noted that there were concerns raised around the timing of the meeting. The initial proposal was for the meeting to be held in the first quarter of 2024. But Chair, we obviously are conscious of the fact that there are serious time constraints and that we remain flexible in terms of the timing as to when the meeting will be held. So in conclusion, Chair, we are ready to work with the Chair of the Standing Committee, the Secretariat, the range states, the donors to find a suitable time for the holding of the meeting. And also, we would also be looking at a process of engagement so that we can finalize the agenda as speedily as possible, but taking into account the concerns and a need for consultation of all African elephant range states. So, Chair, we would call upon the elephant range states to work with Botswana in ensuring that this meeting happens well in advance of the next COP, because it is only through having this meeting early or within at least a year before, or more than a year before the next COP, that we would be in a position to come up with solutions for the African elephant. So with that, Chair, I rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Botswana. And I'm going to give the floor to the Secretariat to just provide some additional information regarding the resolution and how dialogue meetings are set up and executed, since we don't have them very often in CITES.
Thank you, Chair. In Decision 19-167 on trade in live African elephants, the Conference of the Parties instructs the Standing Committee to call a CITES dialogue meeting as per Resolution Conf 14.5 on dialogue meetings for African elephant range states. I would like to highlight some elements of this resolution that may be relevant to the current agenda item. In the preamble, the Conference of the Parties notes that dialogue meetings provide the opportunity for the representatives of states to express their concerns, to share information, to exchange views frankly and freely, without the pressures that exist on delegations during meetings of the Conference of the Parties, and to seek ways forward. In the operative paragraph 2, the Conference of the Parties agrees that dialogue meetings are consultative meetings between range states of a certain species or group of species with the aim of seeking consensus in relation to a proposal submitted for amendment of the CITES appendices when there are strong divisions between those states. The annex of this resolution contains rules of procedure of CITES dialogue meetings. In paragraphs 6 and 11, it is stated that CITES dialogue meetings are convened and organized by the CITES Secretariat on behalf of the parties, and that the provisional agenda for each dialogue meeting should be prepared at least 60 days in advance by the chair of the Standing Committee, with the assistance of the Secretariat, following consultation with the range states of the species concerned. On the timing of the dialogue meetings, paragraph 9 of the Rules of Procedure sets out that dialogue meetings should, as far as possible, take place well in advance of meetings of the Conference of the Parties, so that the outcomes may be used by the parties when considering their positions in preparation for such meetings. Finally, I would like to note that currently SC 78 is scheduled for February 2025. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. And so calling folks' attention to the recommendations in the document, I am going to open the floor for comments from Standing Committee members. I give the floor to the North American region.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking on behalf of the North American region, the North American region supports Decision 19.167 and its call for a CITES dialogue meeting as per Resolution 14.5 on dialogue meetings for African elephant range states to consider a harmonization of the conditions to the trade in live elephants, African elephants, and propose relevant changes to the resolution to COP 20, as well as relevant changes to annotation 2 after COP 19 footnote annotation A10. We feel the African range states should drive this agenda. However, the primary focus of this meeting needs to be consideration of trade in live African elephants. We thank Botswana for offering to host the dialogue meeting and the Secretariat for organizing the meetings, working with a number of African elephant range state parties at the African Union High-Level Conference on the implementation of the outcomes of CBD COP 15 and CITES COP 19 in drafting the terms of reference. We believe it is important to meet the elements of Decision 19.167, and we again would emphasize that guidelines for dialogue meeting are followed as per Resolution 14.5. Thank you.
Thank you, North American region. I give the floor to Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Kenya is conscious of the decision that was taken at COP19 that called for the CITES dialogue meeting, just as highlighted by North America. We want support. The intent was to discuss trade on live elephants. Madam Chair, we then had further discussion on whether we can use the opportunity on having this dialogue meeting and include other contentious issues, including the challenge we have within our region that range from interpretation, because we have diverse language, we have transport connectivity challenges, and see how we can also prepare in advance, just like other regions, to come up with common positions. Madam Chair, that was the intent of Botswana offering to host, and we had agreed that there will be consultation within the region well in advance of this committee meeting. Unfortunately, that did not happen. Madam Chair, this morning we tried to bring the region together just to agree among the range states, because this is a process that we want to own. That is it timely to get this dialogue meeting in the first quarter of next year? Are we convinced that we are able to discuss this other agenda that are being proposed in this document? And who else do we want to attend this meeting? Because if we have to expand the scope that as proposed in this document, there will be the element of bringing experts, including the IUCN, African Elephant Specialist Group. So, Madam Chair, from this morning, we had agreed you allow us to have an in-session meeting. We proceed with that engagement and come up with a proposal to the committee before the closure of your meeting on Friday. In that way, we should be able to agree on the possible timing, the structure of that meeting, taking cognizance on what the decision was there, and also taking cognizance that we are not all here as African range states. We need to do further consultation with those that are not present in this standing committee. So, Madam Chair, with your indulgence and having chaired today's morning, allow us to continue with our in-session consultation in this subject and report later to the standing committee on what the range states think. I beg for your indulgence.
I give the floor to Chad.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would first of all like to thank Botswana for having offered to host the dialogue meeting, and we'd also like to thank them for the document. Of course, we look forward to an opportunity for this dialogue where we can sit around the table with our brothers and sisters from the range states, and we hope we'll be able to find an arrangement in the interest of all, and above all, for the conservation of elephants. But it's important that this dialogue meeting be as fair and transparent as possible, and that it allows us to achieve real results. From our point of view, certain elements in document 55 do not allow us to achieve that. First of all, we're concerned by the goals on the goals for the agenda in the document. In particular, the terms of reference proposed to indicate that the meeting would be to agree on exports of elephants to appropriate and acceptable destinations, whereas at COP19 we talked about a harmonized legal framework for all African elephants with a more neutral approach and an open dialogue without any predecisions. Now, the fact that we're saying it has to be non-commercial seems to us very dangerous. We think the agenda should be limited to the three following points. One is the harmonization of trade in live elephants in accordance with Decision 19167 and 19168, as agreed at COP19. Two, the sustainable financing of the conservation and management of African elephants. We can discuss under that the elimination of the non-commercial ivory stockpiles with that emphasis. And three, the methods for the implementation of the modalities for the African Elephant Action Plan implementation. I think it's premature to hold the meeting at the beginning of 2024. First of all, we need to be able to organize ourselves and, above all, to have sufficient time to convene technical experts, as Kenya has said, who can support us during the meeting. So we would suggest that we delay the meeting a little so that we can ensure there is sufficient participation and we improve the chances of reaching a consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. I give the floor to Belgium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We thank Botswana for their generous offer to host the meeting and for the preparation of this document, as well as their clarification on the intent of this document, in a sense that it is to be seen as an inspiration to set the agenda in consultation with the range states. And we are pleased to hear that consultations are being set up with the African elephant range states during this meeting. And we agree that the agenda is to be set by these range states. We feel that some of the elements outlined in the document, like the NIA process and the two-species question, seem to be less relevant to the implementation of the decision adopted at the COP. We note the mandate given by the COP, and we presume that the agenda of the meeting will indeed focus on implementing this decision, which is to look at the conditions on trade in live African elephants, to propose changes to resolutions, as well as relevant changes to annotation 10, including changes to streamline and simplify the annotation. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. And so I am going to respond to the requests from the representative from Kenya, and the Secretariat has offered to set up a place for them to continue their discussions, and we can revisit this item and have a more of a dialogue later on in the meeting. I will note what the recommendations are for this meeting, for this agenda item, and it's for the Standing Committee to call for a dialogue. There is no time, like when the meeting will be held. It's just in order for a dialogue to happen, the Standing Committee has to call for one as outlined in the decision. And then also the Standing Committee is asked to welcome Botswana's offer to host the meeting. And so that is an agreement that will have to be made at this meeting. Okay, so with that, I'm going to suspend discussion on this meeting, and the Secretariat will find space here for the African elephant range states to continue their discussions, and we can revisit it later on in the agenda. All right, we're gonna move now to agenda item 74, the taxonomy and nomenclature of African elephants. And I give the floor to the Secretariat to introduce the document.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. In document 74,
discusses the potential effects of recognizing the African forest elephant, Loxodonta cyclotis, as a species separate from the African savanna elephant, Loxodonta africana, rather than a subspecies of this. In July, the Secretariat issued a notification seeking inputs from parties and stakeholders on this issue. Based on the inputs received, the Secretariat notes that there is scientific consensus and agreement among parties and stakeholders that submitted responses, that 2 distinct species of African elephant exist on the African continent, and that it may be time for CITES to recognize that Loxodonta africana should be split into 2 species. The provisions related to nomenclature changes contained in Resolution Conf 12.11 Ref Cops 19 on standard nomenclature highlight the elements to be considered when the name change of a taxon is proposed. In this context, the document discusses whether the taxonomic change should consist of adding Loxodonta cyclotis to Appendix 1, or of changing Loxodonta africana to Loxodonta SPP in Appendix 1, noting that the 4 populations included in Appendix 2 would not be impacted either way. The Secretariat recalls that the Animals Committee and its next meeting is expected to consider a new nomenclature standard reference for the species to recognize the 2 distinct species of the African elephant to be proposed for adoption by the Conference of the Parties. The Standing Committee is invited to consider the recommendations set out in paragraph 53. In particular, the committee is invited to consider paragraph C and provides inputs on the approach to the implementation of this taxonomic change. In view of the previous discussions that we just had, the Secretariat at this point withdraws recommendation in paragraph 53. Hang on, I have the paragraph that has been overtaken by the events just now. The paragraph D, thank you. So we withdraw paragraph 53D as this has just been discussed, and we don't think there's any need to consider this at this time. With this, I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. I will open the floor to comments from Standing Committee members. The North American region.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking on behalf of the North American region would like to thank the Secretariat for submitting this document, which provides a report of their findings of the potential impact of recognizing 2 African elephant species, the African forest elephant, Loxodonta cyclotis, as a separate species from the African savanna elephant, Loxodonta africana, for CITES purposes. The North American region supports the recommendations of the document and further supports the Secretary's determination as related to recommendation C of the document that implementing a nomenclatural change, whether it be recognizing Loxodonta cyclotis as a separate species in Appendix 1, or to recognize the genus Loxodonta spa in Appendix 1 would not alter the scope of protection for any of the species. The 4 populations in the Appendix 2 would not be impacted by a taxonomic change and would remain in Appendix 2, subject to annotation A10. A nomenclatural change would not mean any additional species are included in the appendices with the original intent of the proposal retained, and as such, no amended proposal is required with the change not subject to reservations. Thank you.
Thank you, North American region. I give the floor to Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Secretariat for the work on this issue. Madam Chair, we wish to stress the significance of listing the genus Loxodonta species. As the document summarizes and the comments in response to the notification made clear, this is a unique situation where listing the genus is critical for not imposing too much burden on savanna and forest elephant range states, and especially those within the ranges of both species. In addition, listing the genus will enable important CITES trend analysis for elephants to continue. For all these reasons, we encourage Standing Committee to support listing the genus and to ask the Animal Committee to identify an appropriate reference. Madam Chair, in that regard, we are of the opinion that we need to allow the IUCN African Elephant Specialist Group to continue with its work on this subject, because this is a very technical thing. At the right time, we give the right advisory on the implication on CITES listing. But in other words, we are proposing to have a status quo that we list the African elephants at the genus level. I thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. I give the floor to Belgium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the Secretariat for the report, and the EU and the 27 member states agree that Loxodonta cyclotis needs to be recognized as a separate species, besides the already recognized species of Loxodonta africana. We are open as to how this is done in the appendices, but understand the rationale behind the genus listing. And we agree that this would not constitute a widening of the scope of the original listing sorry, it's already late. The change is a taxonomical change which does not need to go through the normal process of an amendment proposal, and if taxonomic changes would be adopted at COP20, it would not be subject to reservations. We note that regardless of the choice of a genus or species listing, permits and reporting will still need to be done at a species level. This is also reflected in the document by the Secretariat in paragraph 29. Regarding the potentially affected resolutions, I would like to provide our point of view on 2 of those that are mentioned in the document. Regarding the trend analysis under MIC, as outlined in paragraph 20 of the document and pertaining to resolution Conf 10.10, we agree that the MIC ETIS tag should be consulted, but note that if possible in practice, we should aim for MIC to operate on a species level and not a genus level, presuming it would be a genus level listing. Regarding the resolution on dialogue meetings, resolution Conf 14.5, mentioned in paragraph 26, we are not convinced that this resolution would need to be amended. While we agree that probably in many cases it's useful to invite all range states for the genus Loxodonta, it may be so that at some point there's a need for a dialogue meeting specifically for one of the 2 species. So we do not think it's needed to always convene all range states. We feel this should be left up to the discussions at hand, so we recommend that no changes are needed to this resolution. With regards to the standard reference to be used, we certainly want to facilitate consensus. We don't have a strong preference, but if asked for, we would say that we would prefer Wilson DE and Mittermeier, supplemented with information on distribution by Mondol et al. 2015. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. The UK agrees with the scientific consensus that there are 2 distinct species of African elephant on the African continent, including both species of African elephant at the genus level in Appendix 1, Loxodonta spur, whilst maintaining the 4 Loxodonta africana populations of Botswana, Namibia, South Africa and Zimbabwe in Appendix 2, subject to annotation A10, would appear to be the cleanest option. It would appear to have minimal impact on resolutions, and the obligations of parties in implementing them would remain unchanged. A genus listing would also be most consistent with the listing's original intent, with all elephants in the genus Loxodonta included in the current listing of Loxodonta africana. As noted by the Secretariat in paragraph 39 of SC 77 Doc 74, A genus listing would also appear to be more in line with the principles in Annex 3 of Resolution Conf 9.24, Rev Cop 17 on criteria for amendment of Appendices 1 and 2. Changing the nomenclature in Appendix 1 to Loxodonta spur should not need a formal amendment proposal to the Conference of the Parties, as it would be a nomenclature change that would not change the appendix in which the populations of elephants are currently listed. It would not alter the scope of protection or cause additional species to be included in the appendices. We agree with the need to ensure an appropriate nomenclature standard reference for African elephants is adopted and welcome the intersessional work by the Animals Committee on this. We therefore support the Secretariat's recommendation that any conclusion on the standard nomenclature reference is deferred to the Animals Committee for its consideration at AC 33. In the event that the Animals Committee recommends a change in the nomenclature of African elephants at COP20, we agree that the Standing Committee needs to be ready to propose corresponding amendments to relevant resolutions. We therefore also support the Secretariat's recommendation that the Secretariat is requested to prepare proposals for consequential amendments to relevant resolutions and CITES guidelines and submit them for consideration by SC 78. Noting the scientific justification for 2 species of African elephants and that the implications of a split in terms of burden for CITES may be limited, we would therefore support CITES recognising the forest elephant as a separate species from savanna elephant under a genus listing of Loxodonta spur. Thank you.
Thank you, the United Kingdom. I will now open the floor to comments from observer parties. No. Okay. I am going to close the list for observer parties now. And we have a 2-minute limit on interventions. And I give the floor to Zimbabwe.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Zimbabwe knows the document prepared by the Secretariat and is happy that both parties and other stakeholders see the merit of recognizing the 2 separate species. Science is clear on that, so there's no dispute. It is important that we must not hesitate to listen to science for fear of the implications of separate listing. We advise the committee to respect science and adopt a stepwise approach to the issue. The first step being to identify them as 2 distinct species, and secondly, move on to list the 2 species separately as is done for most species. And given that CITES is a species-focused convention. Then lastly, we move on to address the implementation challenges and other issues as a result of the nomenclature changes. Recognition of L. cyclotis as a distinct separate species from L. africana allows consideration of different challenges the 2 elephant species face and the subsequent adoption of different conservation actions and strategies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. I give the floor to Liberia.
Thank you, Chair. And Liberia would like to thank the Secretariat for this document. And we support previous speakers that support listing the genus Loxodonta species. And while we understand the permitting concern raised by the Secretariat, we wish to assuage those concerns by suggesting that should be the genus be listed. A paragraph should be added to the resolution conference 12.3 on permitting and certificates that clarifies, as was done for chorus, that where the species cannot be readily determined, the specimens may be recorded at the genus level. Of course, for those countries with quotas for hunting trophies, skins, and the likes, those permits must identify the species for all others, unless the specimen is readily identifiable. Trade honor genus should be suffice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Liberia. I give the floor to Tanzania.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving Tanzania the floor. Tanzania wishes to align itself with the comment raised by Zimbabwe. We first commend the work done by the Secretariat in compiling this report, and also the work that has been done by our expert in researching and come out with the differences in the species that existing in African elephants. Tanzania believes that there is sufficient evidence to suggest that forest elephants recognizing this elephant species is crucial for their conservation. The forest elephants have witnessed its decline over 60% in the last decade, which underscore the needed targeted conservation effort, differentiating the two species, safeguarding their evolutionary diversity, and ensure that conservation strategies are tailored to each species as the need and the threats. We believe that CITES is science-based convention, and even in the morning when we were discussing about the pike, it indicates that the two species are facing different challenges. So we request the Secretariat to continue with its work in ensuring that the two species are treated differently, and also align ourselves with Zimbabwe that we have two different proposals for this species. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. I give the floor to Gabon.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gabon would like to thank the Secretariat for this document. We have more than 70% of forest elephants, and we certainly acknowledge that there is evidence for there being two elephant species in Africa. However, we would also say that it's not always possible to make morphological distinctions between these elephants, be it live elephants or derivatives, because the ivory might have been worked. There is a need for regular DNA tests. It's very hard to do DNA sequencing, and the kind of work usually done on fauna does not really allow us to make a distinction between forest elephants and hybrids. There is a need for a specialist lab to do this. It seems difficult to us to implement all of this, which is shown in Conf 1010 Rev 18, does talk about their need for genetic analysis, even though there's a reference to just weights of 500 kilos. So it would seem to us that it would be very difficult to implement any distinction between these two species. It would be hard with respect to permit certificates or MICA and CITES analyses. And it would be difficult to implement the convention for those parties that actually are range states for both savanna and forest elephants. With respect to the effect of a change of nomenclature on future work, we have taken note of the Secretariat's analysis in paragraph 29. But we would also point out that sometimes the genus can appear rather than the species, particularly when it comes to the simplified process. In conclusion, we would agree with Loxodonta genus being in the appendix listed, and we agree with the Secretariat's proposal in paragraph 42 of this document. That is to say that the taxonomy should not involve a formal amendment to the appendices, as the convention is clear on that matter. Thank you.
Gabon, I give the floor to Benin.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Benin would like to thank the Secretariat for this document and congratulate the experts for the work done. We do acknowledge the need to have two separate species. We therefore support the proposal that Kenya made, that there be a genus-level listing. And we do feel that the scientific and technical information just provided by Gabon simply serves to reinforce our belief in this. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Benin. I give the floor to Senegal.
Okay, merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam. We need to have the convention's classification acknowledge science, which is why, like the Secretariat, we would agree to have a genus-level listing. In the field, we do come across major difficulties. The listing of these two species separately would only make life more difficult. It would be, and we do feel that having two separate listings might well make things very difficult, and it'd be very difficult to determine if you had a tusk that was, if a tusk was seized came from a forest elephant or a savanna elephant. Having these two species listed would complicate the implementation of the convention, the issuing of certificates, as well as MIC analyses. There is, of course, the enormous cost implication. We think that in this specific case, we should stick to genus-level listing, because otherwise, if we go strictly by the science, we might well imperil the future of the species. Thank you.
Senegal, I have two more observer parties, the DRC and China, but I wanted just to summarize really quickly. What I'm hearing is an overwhelming support for the preference of the committee to have a genus listing as Loxodona SPP in Appendix 1 as opposed to a separate species listing. But I'm going to give the floor to China and DRC and then China.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. Several parties have already taken the floor. I would like to say that I support the Secretariat's recommendation. Now, with respect to this matter, I have one question for the Secretariat. There was a debate in the Animals Committee as to hybrid elephants. We have some, and Cameroon does as well. So I'd be grateful if the Secretariat could update us on that question. Thank you.
I'm going to give the floor to Kenya as a standing committee member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I know you're going to make some direction. We'll recommend, and I forgot to mention this, in the proposed recommendation by this document, that we delete the recommendation D. Madam Chair, the issue of nomenclature is highly technical.
It has already been deleted in the introduction to the document by the Secretariat, so recommendation D is not on the table. I give the floor to China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be very brief. China supports the recognition of two separate species. Given the stark difference in population size, trend, conservation needs, and the threats faced between African savanna elephants and forest elephant, China echoes Zimbabwe and Tanzania and prefer a species-level listing for African elephants in view of a better conservation of this iconic species of CITES. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, China. And so I'm going to focus on the standing committees to go through the recommendations in the document. In paragraph 5, we have invites the Secretariat to note the summary of the information provided by the parties and stakeholders with respect to the effect and implications of the change to the nomenclature of African elephants. The Standing Committee agrees to note recommendation B, for the Standing Committee to note the list of resolutions, decisions, and other matters analyzed by the Secretariat in paragraphs 18 through 33 that could potentially be impacted by the taxonomic change and provide any additional perspectives. I'll have the committee note that along with the comments that were made on the floor by the representative from Belgium. And for recommendation C, I have that the Standing Committee notes the preference for changing Loxodona africana to Loxodona SPP in Appendix 1 as the preferred taxonomic change. Okay. Noting the comments that were made on the floor by all of the parties. Recommendation E, that the Standing Committee agrees to defer any conclusion on the standard nomenclature reference to the Animals Committee for its consideration at the 33rd meeting. The committee agrees to recommendation E, and for recommendation F, should the Animals Committee agree, the Standing Committee agrees that if the Animals Committee agrees to the recommendation to change the nomenclature and to the standard reference at its 33rd meeting, that it requests the Secretariat to prepare possible proposals for consequential amendments to the relevant resolutions and CITES guidelines and submit them for consideration by the committee to the 7th, 8th meeting. And so the committee agrees to recommendation F. And with that, I have closed this agenda item, and we will move to the next agenda item, which is under enforcement, 39.1, enforcement matters. I give the floor to the Secretariat for the introduction of the document.
There it works now. Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Document 39.1 addresses a number of matters. The first is corruption. And the document highlights that corruption continues to pose a challenge in the context of addressing wildlife crime. It, however, also highlights that it is encouraging to see that parties seem to increasingly take strict action when corrupt practices are detected, and some examples of this are provided in the document. Further relevant information that came to the attention of the Secretariat regarding Cambodia and the Democratic Republic of the Congo is highlighted in the document. The document also addresses illicit financial flows from wildlife crime, and as noted in the document, room for improvement continues to exist regarding the integration of financial crime investigations into wildlife crime investigations. This is important not only to ensure that the criminals involved do not benefit from the proceeds of their crimes, but also to facilitate the shift in focus from the lowest level of the trafficking chain, the poachers, to those at the top level managing and organizing trafficking at international level. The document also highlights a number of activities that were conducted to support work related to addressing illicit financial flows from wildlife crime. Then the document addressed matters related to the CITES illegal trade database. As reported in the document, up to August 2023, over 115,000 seizure records reported by parties were recorded in the CITES illegal trade database. And the value of the database is becoming increasingly evident as more data is recorded in it. The importance of the database is also recognized in the most recent United Nations General Assembly resolution on tackling illicit trafficking in wildlife, adopted in August 2023, which encourages UN member states to report all seizures of CITES-listed species in their CITES annual illegal trade reports. Data from the database was drawn upon to inform various documents prepared for the present meeting. It will inform the third World Wildlife Crime Report that's being prepared by UNODC. And we also launched in the margins of this meeting at a side event, the dissemination platform for the database, which will now make this data accessible to parties directly. And in this regard, I draw the attention of parties to notification of parties number 2023/124 of 7 November 2023. The Secretariat also highlighted in the present document that the CITES illegal trade database is currently subject to external funding and that securing sustainable funding to maintain it is essential. Should the database be discontinued during periods when funding is not available, significant data gaps could occur, and this could prevent the data from becoming the valuable resource it is intended to be. The document also addressed the directory of laboratories conducting wildlife forensic testing. And since COP19, the Forest Research Institute of Malaysia was included in the directory, which at present includes 13 laboratories that conforms to the highest standards, and our parties are encouraged to draw upon the services of these laboratories when required. The recommendations prepared for consideration by the committee are presented in paragraph 35 of the document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, and I will open the floor to members from the Standing Committee for comments. I give the floor to Georgia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for the efforts concerning the support in the enforcement activities. And at the same time, I would like to highlight the issue of the forensic laboratories and thank for the updates in the directory, but at the same time, what I would like to highlight is importance of capacity building in different countries of scientific institutions so that they are able to undertake the forensic testing themselves, because not for all countries could be feasible to use laboratories in other countries. Therefore, further activities in this direction would be extremely important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgia. I give the floor to Belgium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we note the progress made and acknowledge the achievements from parties, the Secretariat and the IQIC partners, and agree that funding is necessary to maintain the database to be of optimal use. Before a decision can be taken on the funding of that database, we would appreciate more information from the Secretariat on the budgetary implications during the budget discussions at COP20. So we agree with the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I open the floor to observer parties. Give the floor to India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. India appreciates the Secretariat for providing updates on the activities conducted regarding enforcement matters. India's Wildlife Protection Act 1972 has provisions for forfeiture of properties acquired through proceeds of wildlife offenses. Through recent amendments in its Wildlife Protection Act 1972, India has incorporated the provisions of CITES in this act, which also includes penal provisions with imprisonment up to 7 years for violation of the provisions of the act with respect to Appendix 1 species. We have made a provision in the act for registration of possession, birth, and transfer, and report on the death of animal species listed in the appendices of CITES. Further, we have also established facilities at our Wildlife Institute of India for assessment of samples for forensic analysis and have plans to upgrade this facility to meet the future requirements. India agrees with the recommendations provided in paragraph 35A, B, and C of the SC 77 Doc 39.1. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India, and I give the floor to Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Canada thanks the Secretariat for this report, which provides useful and updated information. We recognize the efforts, both in human and financial resources, needed to maintain the annual illegal trade reports. The information provided in these reports is used in Canada's assessments of illegal movement in specimens and helps inform Canada's national enforcement priorities. Canada is supportive of the recommendations A and B of this document. With respect to recommendation C, while we share the concerns on sustainability, we also note that throughout this meeting, there have been a number of areas where sustainability of funding has been a concern. We are not convinced it's an appropriate role of the Standing Committee to draw particular attention to this item. We note that the Secretariat, in their budget submission to the Conference of the Parties, can identify the budget implications and sustainability concerns for all aspects of the work program, including this issue, for consideration by the Conference of the Parties. As thus, we don't think recommendation C is necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. I give the floor to Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to the implementation of Resolution Conf 17.6, Rev Corp 19, and Decision 38.77 as reported in the document. Malaysia, through the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission, conducted Ops Jaguar, which has disrupted the pangolin skill syndicate in the country. The successful operation was done with information shared by other parties. We hope this can continue in the future and welcome any cooperation with other parties, IGOs and NGOs. With respect to the Directory of Laboratories conducting wildlife forensic testing, Malaysia would like to thank the CITES Secretariat for their approval and assistance throughout the recent process of registering Forest Research Institute Malaysia in the directory, which conducts tests for species identification and wood traceability. Two of our forensic laboratories are now listed in the directory, including the National Wildlife Forensic Lab, which conduct tests for terrestrial animals, aquatic animals, rhino horn, elephant ivory, and pangolin. We look forward to working together in complementing the needs of forensic capacity in the region and further enhancing wildlife forensic through exchange of experience and technologies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malaysia. I give the floor to Singapore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Singapore thanks the Secretariat for preparing the present report. Singapore would like to update the meeting on Singapore's enforcement efforts against illegal wildlife trade pursuant to the use of wildlife forensics. To further enhance Singapore capabilities for CITES enforcement, Singapore Centre for Wildlife Forensic, or CWF in short, set up in 2021, has been included in the CITES Directory of Wildlife Forensic Laboratory since 2022. The CWF has since undertaken DNA testing work on the pangolin scales seized by Singapore in 2019, conducting DNA sequencing for scales to determine their geographical origin, provides insights into areas with potential poaching and newly exploited populations, helping the international community identify potential criminal syndicates and networks involved in the illegal trade of wildlife, and undertake more focused investigation and enforcement efforts against poachers and smugglers. Singapore is pleased to inform the meeting that the CWF has developed a forensic protocol that allows for more rapid and cost-effective DNA sequencing of pangolin scales. Using this method, a record number of pangolin scales were sequenced in a single study, a total of 2,346.
Mesdames, Messieurs, le CICG fermera ses portes dans 15 minutes. Nous vous demandons de bien vouloir regagner la sortie et vous souhaitons une bonne soirée. Au revoir et à bientôt.
Okay, thank you, Singapore.
The CICG will close down in 15 minutes. We look forward to seeing you soon again and we wish you a nice evening.
Okay, I'm going to, thank you, Singapore. I'm going to, I thank you for your intervention. I'm going to try to wrap this agenda item up in 15 minutes before we go into lockdown. And so what I'm hearing from the committee members is a support for the recommendations in the document. And then we had a proposal from Canada to strike out recommendation C. If I do not hear any support for Canada's proposal, I will leave it in and we'll adopt the document, the recommendations as they are in the document. Agree. We'll agree to the recommendations as they are in the document. Is there any support for the Canadian proposal to remove recommendation C? I'm not seeing any support for that. I give the floor to Japan.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we support, Japan supports the Canada's proposal.
Okay. With the support of Japan, anyone else supports the proposal? Okay, we're gonna strike out recommendation C. So the committee agrees to adopt, the committee agrees to recommendation A. The committee agrees to recommendation B, and we will note the comments made on the floor specifically by the representative from Georgia, as well as all of the other representatives on the floor. Thank you. Have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow.